want to get a news update, right, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bought today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you bought today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, right, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon.
Indeed, tune to spoon. If you're in Grand Juliet, Grand Cape Mount, if you're in Maryland County, you're in Bapolo, you're in Sino, you're in Riverses, in case you're there in Nimba County, you're in Bon County, across the 15 counties of Liberia, and the world over. This is just where Liberians gather to get authentic information about the country. We'd like to say welcome again tonight to another great edition of the program Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's most listened to and most authentic news and network. Of course, this show is where you get to interface with the newsmakers. The big news you get to break right here on this platform. So, welcome to the show tonight. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We're live on Super 95.5 FM. We're also live on Trust FM in Bowman County and Premium FM there in Bon County. So we are coming to you live across Liberia on different media platforms. My name is Nelson Colette. Tonight on this edition of the program Spoon Talk, I'd like to go across to welcome Dr. Richardson, who's always the first here. Let me say good evening to you, Dr. Richardson.
Nelson, hello, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, and it's good to see you again.
You too. I saw you last night on the late night show. I don't know how you are doing it.
Yeah, we had a great show last night on the late night show.
Uh-huh.
Um, the demand is getting high, new people joining every time,
Oh,
and
that's good.
I think it's a great place as well, where
Yeah.
Liberians are expressing their views about the different national issues in the country.
Yes, you do an excellent job managing all of those different guys and other opinions and their egos and their, hormones. But
Don't
you
don't
do
mind that man on camera or behind the scene. The man can be dealing with me in the private chat.
Oh,
I said,
really?
Nelson, you are biased. How
Oh,
could you keep
really?
me in the background?
Oh, because actually, I only heard them saying, "Oh, one of them were telling you, give me a chance to talk, my man, give me a chance to talk." That's
Yeah.
always the issue when you moderate. uh,
Guy said, you keep me in the background because you're a CDC guy.
oh,
Yeah, you're a CDC partisan. We know, I said, wow.
that is too funny. That is too funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's good to be here today. I want to welcome all of our viewers, all of those who are in the radio land listening to Spoon Talk. This is where you come to get authentic information. And if the information isn't authentic, we'll definitely find a way to get the correct information to you, or we'll check fact those who are presenting, uh, you know, misleading information to you. So, welcome again to your platform. This is your radio station. We'll wait for the panelists to join us. I'm going to just ask Nelson to tell us some of the trending issues in the country. I am aware that I saw Diamond in my homeland today. He was in Robertsport, Grand Cape Mount
Thank you,
County.
Mount.
Yes, I actually told him to go look for my grandfather's house and also look for, my grandfather was the commissioner of Robertsport, and to
Okay.
look for the statue that still has his name ingrained, in the middle of town, what used to be the
Wow.
middle of town. Yeah, so there's a lot of history in Grand Cape Mount County, and also uh, a lot of visitation. I usually make a trip there when I'm in Liberia. So I don't know if he did it. I had sent him a text. I saw them talking. So any trending news?
I know he's gonna do that once he's in the county. Reaching out, especially to especially to an area that's in the in Rabble spot already, will
Yes.
not be anything that difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually recognize the surrounding where he was when he was doing the test broadcast. And
Mhm.
in addition to that, I was wondering how they got there. I mean, is the road? I want to know the road condition, because it's often very bad. The road condition is not often good, and I was like so surprised when I saw them there. So, which is good. It's good that Spoon can broadcast from anywhere. If you want to look at pictures of Cape Mount or
Mhm.
Robertsport, just go on the Spoon website. That's where I was able to see it. So when you at Spoon, you get to see parts of Liberia. It's not just Monrovia you get to see. So one of the good things about Spoon.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
So what's going on in our country? I know there's lots and lots going on. What's going on in our country? Mr. Cummings
Yeah.
was, Mika Market today. So
Yeah. Omega.
yes. Go ahead. I just want to preempt you, so because I know you're gonna give your news. You can say everything about everybody, but you can forget about Mr. Cummings. So
Okay. Let me start with Mr. Kumis at Omega Market today.
yeah, very good.
Yeah, so yeah, as part of the campaign activity, Mr. Cummings, like most candidates in the race, visited the Omega market today, and yes, he received a warm welcome.
Mhm.
Though there are some folks now, and sometimes it depends on where you sit. There are some people who will say, "Oh, the crowd was an organized crowd," and so forth. But he was warmly received today, and yeah, I think that's part of the entire process. And Mr. Cummings is also one of those candidates who's pulling the numbers. Sometimes it's not about it doesn't have to be visible, but as per the expectation of so many people. But gradually, the Jehovah Witness campaign has its own silent result that comes out, and Mr. Cummings has said repeatedly that that's what he believes in more, and not in the crowd contest and so forth. So yes, the people of Omega Market today got to see rather and experience Mr. Cummings today as part of the electoral activities. And and also there is they uh so the governance commission, as most people are aware, is uh is headed now by Garrison Yelu. Garrison Yelu happens to be a former representative from Nimba County, and he was speaking to scores of folks today, and he said that gone are the days when people, whenever talking about the Nima politics, will always refer to uh, someone like Senator Prince Johnson as an individual who controls Nima County. He said that the variables have changed and the indicators are now different from what it were back then. He said the Nimba politics is no longer controlled by one person, and so he was speaking to some permanent sons of the county. Those guys endorsed the presidential bid, the second term bid of President George Weah, and so he was assuring them that with their own contribution, their support to President George Weah. As you know, Dr. Richardson, he's one person who's on the Nimba for Weah. That group started Nimba for Weah. He's one of those individuals on that team. Following the split in the MDR and all of that, those were the people who successfully made it over on the other side, and now supporting President George Weah. But in the midst of everything that's happening, Dr. Richardson, Liberians are still concerned and they're still raising lots of issues about the legality of someone like Garrison Yelu getting involved with the campaign activities, political activities in the country, especially when he serves as the chairman or the chairperson at the governance commission, which is supposed to be apolitical. And as per the code of conduct, if he has any interest of maybe canvassing or getting involved with any political activity in the country, he's supposed to resign as per the very statute act creating that entity. But yeah, so Liberians have been raising concerns about that. But that's something that not just
So now,
um,
Nelson, I actually have concerns about that, and the
mhm,
fact that this man is in charge of
the
good
governance
governance,
commission. Yeah,
yes, the rule of law, and if he's already taken a stand to support a presidential candidate, how objective can he be when it comes to uh, im- imposing,
policies. Yeah,
yes, imposing the rule of law or policies, or implementing the laws. So I'm really, really concerned about that. Really, really concerned about that. I don't
yeah,
think there's nothing wrong with having a political side, but when you are going out there and being outspoken, that tells me that you're doing favoritism already. You favoring if for George, yeah, you already have favor him. So
yeah,
if
and
George, how are you going to oppose him? How you can you not be biased? It's just human nature.
yeah. Yeah, so that's the concern that lots of people across the country are expressing. But Dr. Richardson, interestingly, Garrison Yelu is not the only person that's doing this. You have several officials of government, from different ministries and agencies, even from the LACC, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. You know, Councillor Kanyo Bala, who is the campaign spokesperson for the CDC, happens to come from, he comes from the LACC, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. And so Liberians across the country have been raising some serious concerns about this, especially the elite ones, those who, you know, are very much concerned about the laws of the country. But I have listened to some officials of government respond to this. I
Mm-hmm.
remember vividly, quite recently, there was a radio appearance by the deputy information minister,
Mm-hmm.
and another official of government. The name is escaping me now. And when they was asked about this particular thing, their response was, there are certain laws that are not too good for the current dispensation. Some laws are, you know, infringe on the fundamental rights of other people, and they were referring to the code of conduct as that law that sort of infringes on the right of other people. The fact that they are Liberians, they should have the right to canvass and support whoever they want to support. But in the midst of this, he was also asked as to if that is the case, rather, then why don't we maybe just get rid of the code of conduct? Because for the legislature, for example, the legislature has the rule, the standing rule, they call it the house's rule. You know, it sort of prescribes the do's and don'ts for those in that
Mm-hmm.
particular branch of government. So too you have with the executive branch of government, you know, then you have the code of conduct and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, but I mean, that there appears to be no remorse, especially from the different officials of government who are, you know, violating this particular code of conduct. You know, because it doesn't come through the day-to-day activities, especially, you know. So yeah. But
But they should
uh
get rid of it. That's all they should do. If they feel, even though I believe that there's a need for the code of conduct, but until they get rid of it, they have to abide by it because it's the law.
yeah,
Until they lobby for, the legislature to get rid of it, you know,
mhm.
then they have to abide by it. You can't pick and
Yes,
choose.
and in fact, Dr. Richardson, one of the questions I was asked that minister a couple of
Mhm,
days ago was, the intent of the code of conduct is to ensure that there's a level playing field. That you, as a minister of government, you're not using government vehicles, government resources to canvass, to campaign, putting the other man who doesn't have access to state resources or government vehicles, despite being a Liberian who is equally paying taxes, but this person does not have access to those government vehicles, but then using it against him. And then the response was that the president put out a communication for all officials of government not to use government vehicles to go ahead campaigning. When he was asked as to when did the communication come out, he couldn't point out to a specific time, but he said it was an internal memo. So even the media is not aware. The media does not have any communication of such. But he said that the president sent out a communication that they all should not use government or state-owned vehicles to campaign. But in the midst of that, state-owned vehicles are still seen in the campaign queues, places that the president goes. Yeah. So that's what it is with that, Dr. Richardson.
terrible, terrible.
Yeah.
That's why
So
so our
mhm.
country can be correct.
Yeah. So on the flip side,
Mhm,
the elections coordinating committee, with support from the United States Agency for International Development, that's USAID,
mhm,
uh, uh, advanced a 5-count recommendation aimed at curbing hate speech and electoral violence in
mhm,
order to have a free, fair, and transparent election.
mhm,
And so the chairman of that committee is Oscar Blow. And
mhm,
as part of what they are calling for is, as part of their recommendation, is for candidates and to refrain from buying voters card, the voter registration card, and for them to also avoid the distribution of cash during this campaign period. These are things that they're recommending in order to have a free, fair, and transparent election, because they think that if we have a situation where um, political parties or candidates go ahead buying voter cards from Liberians, and even giving them money, and all of those things, it will sort of undermine a fair electoral process. And so they are recommending that all of those individuals refrain from that. Yeah. So on the flip side, the leadership of some 900 members, 900,000 members of the Liberia Labor Congress, uh, they disclosed today that they will make a decision to endorse a particular presidential candidate shortly. They will shortly make a decision to endorse a particular presidential candidate who supports the workers in the private sector and also the public sector, who support who seek their interests. A presidential candidate whose platform or agenda or whatever is strictly in the interest of them. They are going to shortly make a public support, or they're going to endorse that presidential candidate. But they went on to say that as of now, they've not supported any, or they've not pledged their support to any political party. So they were also trying to clear the air on some sort of speculation that's been in the air concerning that. So yeah. So
Mhm.
and then there's also a group, Dr. Richardson, calling itself the Drug-Free World Africa. Um, they collaborated with Students Against Drugs today, and they gave a 1-week ultimatum to President George Weah to immediately dismiss the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency director and deputy director Marcus Zeyu and Lorenzo Pelon, respectively. So, according to them, those individuals are allegedly distributing, supporting, and facilitating drug and harmful substances uh, to drug dealers across the country. So,
Wow.
this group is calling on the president to dismiss those two top officials of the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency, because they think that, according to them, they have pieces of evidence, they have the information that those two top officials of government are the ones in the center, they're in the middle of this whole thing about distributing drugs, supporting drug
Mhm.
dealers, and facilitating harmful substances across the country. And so when they came up with this report, the question that lots of Liberians are asking, though they are yet to come up with the evidence, even though they're calling on the president to dismiss those two officials, but the question that most Liberians are asking is, if and just if this report from those two groups is something to go by, then the fight against drugs is going to be a very tough one, because the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency is in fact the one that should be taking the lead in the fight against drugs. So they had a press conference today in Pinzio when they made that disclosure, and but the LDEA boss responded to their statement. He said the information is, in his words, is foolish. It has no basis, and those individuals, for whatever reason they came up with that, I mean, they have their own reason, but he has absolutely no connection to what they are talking about. Yeah.
So it would be awesome if uh those agencies bring up the evidence against the
Hmm.
DEA. I mean, I think that would be a very substantial information to share, because we're calling for a dismissal of, the bosses. Then, let's see the information. I wonder why they withholding the information. So, but yes, they're right. If it is true that
Mhm.
these two men are in the middle of disseminating drugs to our children, and that is bad. That is very bad. We can't have the DEA to be in the middle of you know, passing trucks around the country.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I would love to see the evidence.
Yeah. And then finally from my end, Dr. Richardson, for the first time, for the very first time today, I experienced a real human traffic. You know, that traffic, that kind of traffic we see the vehicles in every time where you're stuck, you're
Mm-hmm.
standing, you can move. I
Mm-hmm.
experienced that just a couple of minutes ago. Well,
Wow.
I almost ran late. I got here exact 8 o'clock, or let's make it like 2 minutes to 8 o'clock because of that.
Uh-huh.
I had gone out sometime during the afternoon hours. Let's make it the early evening hours, and
Mm-hmm.
then even crossing, because we're situated at the Congotown Back Road, the intersection with the Congotown Back Road and the Tottenham Boulevard. So making my way from here just to pass the Ministerial complex, just a few
Mm-hmm.
feet
Yeah.
away, it
Uh-huh.
took me like 30 minutes. It took me
Wow.
like 30 minutes in a place that I could just maybe walk for maybe like 2 minutes and I'm done. It took me like 30 minutes. I was stuck there. Vehicles were all packed. There is, even up to now, a jam traffic
What
situation.
what is
So
happening?
yeah, I'm coming to that, Dr. Richardson.
Sorry,
So
I mean, I'm just becoming worried, like, because like you build
yeah,
up the
so
story too much of it. Uh-huh.
yeah. So making my way, I spent like 30 minutes, but I overlooked it. So coming back, I spent almost the same 30 minutes. And the reason is that the Unity Party uh, had a rally or what in District 9 and District 10 today, and this place happens to be in District 10.
Mm-hmm.
The District 9, I really can't say much about it because with respect to the flow of traffic, because I didn't experience it. But here in District 10, it was a jam
Mm-hmm.
one. They had gathered at the Susan Berry Field, and the place was crowded, and it just turned out to be a very embarrassing traffic situation today. Even up to now, Dr. Richardson, um,
So,
folks are out there, people are stuck, and from the look of things, people could just be out there. There's just a possibility of people being out there up to 9, maybe up to 9, 10 o'clock. That is if the police doesn't intervene. But I saw the presence of the police officer there. Yes, the police tried handling the situation, but it seemed to be something that has overwhelmed the police, and this is a very serious situation. I mean, there's a very
yeah,
inconveniencing traffic right now as we speak. It's been that way since the afternoon hours. Yeah.
yeah. I am definitely familiar with that traffic. I was in Monrovia when I believe it's Nima when the content meet, right? When
Yeah.
Nima won the content meet, I mean,
we, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know which year
no,
you're
that was
talking about.
last
Yeah.
year when I was in there in January. It was
Okay.
there was traffic. Traffic was all over. I mean, I was stuck in traffic for like hours and hours and hours. Especially
Mm-hmm.
the Congo back road by your office there. I mean, that's where I was
Yeah.
just stuck. I think people were making leans. Like some people were going the opposite direction. It was just crazy.
Yes, and
Wow.
and the thing about it is that Dr. Richardson, from the onset, I overlooked it because I didn't go with vehicle. I mean, I just decided to walk because where I was going is not too far from the place, so I decided to walk. But Dr. Richardson, for to experience a real human traffic, is something that was just beyond my imagination. I haven't
Really?
experienced that. Yeah, I mean, so inconveniencing, and the motorcyclists, interestingly, places where where the pedestrians are supposed to pass is where the
Mhm.
motorcyclists are. I mean, and it's
Yeah.
it's
So
just
that
out of
means there's no
order,
way for them to get
totally
through it.
out of order.
Wow. Well, hopefully we'll get it together for the different
Yeah,
campaigns. But
yeah,
that's
and
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 that's
yeah, Dr. Richardson, I think that's something that even the police needs to do something about the state security. If there's a need, they 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 coordinate with those political parties, make some announcements, do some traffic detours and all of those things, so
yeah.
as to avoid this kind of
Oh,
situation
you're
because
messing with. I mean, maybe where would you detour the traffic to? When they got one way in and out, and the little back, different back roads, you know. I mean, so
Yeah.
I mean,
But
it would be
but
but I
interestingly, that the richest thing.
just coordinate it a little bit more.
Yeah,
You-
that's the richest thing. I think yes, it's true. We have just one way. We have the Tottenham Boulevard. If you're coming to this side, and we have the Japan Freeway. It used to be the Somalia
yes,
Drive. Um,
yes.
but right now, due even the normal flow of traffic during the
Mm-hmm.
afternoon hours or early evening hours, you notice that there's a jam traffic this way. It used to be the Somalia Drive, but since the construction and the dedication of that road, the Japan Freeway, which used to be the Somalia Drive now, that place there's never a traffic along that corridor.
Oh, how
So some
nice!
people
That's
who yeah, some people who come from town to avoid the regular Tottenham Boulevard traffic, they make use of that corridor. And in no
yes.
time, you're in Pinsville. In no time, you make your way, and maybe you at the Boulevard Junction. So the police could maybe look at working around that, and it's better to spend like maybe
Like an
30
hour
minutes,
flowing. Yeah.
yeah, 30 minutes of a flowing traffic, or maybe 25 minutes of a flowing traffic to get to Pinzio, then to spend
Uh-huh.
2 hours stuck in the traffic, 2 3 hours, yeah, just to get to. It's very terrible, that Richardson. The traffic right now
Yeah.
is bad. It's jam.
Yeah,
It's
you
jam.
make a good point in terms of developing that route behind like the Japanese freeway,
Yeah,
and coming towards 72nd Boulevard, I believe, right? Or one
yeah,
of those.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's good.
yeah.
Well,
So
thank you.
these are the updates for now, Dr. Richardson.
Well, thank you for providing us the news always. We appreciate you, being up late at night and coming here to give the news. So kudos to you, James. Thank you so much. I guess Damo will tell us you're coming from wherever he is. I think he and somebody were out there today.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. All right. Want to
yeah.
welcome Stanton. Yeah, go ahead. I know you. Let me just welcome Stanton. I didn't get a chance to welcome some of the viewers. I don't know if you want to join me, Stanton, in doing that, or you just want to do a general hello to everybody because we're here with Fire and Pepper. So the Pepper and Fire.
Yeah, what match
We're
up with
not.
it? Match
I
up with it. I
know
came up before you came on.
that's what I was
You
gonna
can't. You don't stop imitating me, man.
Yeah, that's why it's good to hear from
Yeah,
you. So what happened to him?
stop imitating me. You waited.
I,
I came on before you got on, man. I
I,
don't.
I was waiting for you to bring the pepper and salt, my man.
No, it's not bringing people. So I'm very surprised at your Maxwell. Very, very surprised at your party. And I want everyone to listen to the behavior of Dr. Clarence Mulbar. Is that how we
Okay.
run like right now?
No.
No,
I had a
I am bringing something on that is shocking. And I
okay.
hope to have all of the folks on from us to have this discussion. Yo, good morning, wherever you are. Good evening, Uncle Pete, the man from all county. How you doing? Yeke Koluba will be joining us later on today. I want to say it's a beautiful day in the city, a beautiful day. The kids started school today. That Richardson, I don't know about yours, your grandchild, because all your daughters out.
No, I got
But
one more
yeah,
still graduating this year.
oh,
She's
she's in
starting tomorrow.
12th.
Yep, she's driving herself to school. She's excited about that.
I don't want to say for her. I heard that you guys got her a car and she already scripted the car on the front end. So
We
I
got
wish you
trouble.
guys luck.
We got
Yeah, I
trouble.
wish you guys luck. It can't even make 1 week yet. They get script the car. Here you go.
And don't be making my daughter nervous here. Mm-hmm.
I will tell Abraham.
Go with you. Go with you.
so
Nothing will happen
so
to
what
her.
want to say God will be with all the children as they go through this journey. Another 1 year of school. God will bless them. God may keep them. God may give them more wisdom and make them stronger with boldness. We pray
Amen.
today, Lord, as they begin another journey, another school year. We pray for your protection upon our children, the school
Amen.
building, the kids, the staff, the teachers, everyone, the entire township. We pray that your blessing be upon our children, home and abroad, even
Amen.
those in Liberia as well. And we pray that they be
Yes.
successful. All my
Yes.
nephew, nieces, and every one of them, thank God, they are going back to school. The house will be quiet for some time. It will be very quiet.
The food will last a little longer.
It will last a little longer, yes. I know my niece Princess, she couldn't wait. Funati, Kabino, all of them. They're going to be so happy that they're going back to school. And again, the parents will rest a little bit. Get up early, get them ready. They get on the bus, Maxwell, and then you go back to bed if you're not going to work. And you know, it'll be quiet a little bit, you know. So we want to say whatever you are, we
You're just
also
in a
want
build.
to whatever
No
wherever
watching
you are, yeah,
too
no
much
watching
TV.
TV too much. Yep. But want to say wherever you are, your sons, your daughter, you can send out a shot, send out a give them a shout out. If your child started school today or they started school this week, put their name. We're going to wish them well. We're going to call their names. We're going to say, you know, we wish them a good school year. My little man, Stanton Jr., you know, he went today. He had fun. He came back. He said he met all of his friends, and they were just talking everything about how you spend your summer and whatsoever. That's a good time. Okay,
Stanton,
that's
me
what we
and
want
Lamas.
Liberia to be. That the Richardson one made an announcement about coming. Is that true?
No, it's
Oh, go
not true.
ahead,
It's
man.
another. I wanted to just tell two of my friends that are celebrating their birthday this month. They actually put a notice to me a couple of days ago. Marjorie Follett, actually Marjorie Follett Duncan, and also Unapologetic Eva. They both are celebrating their birthday this month. So we'll keep announcing it until the real day. So happy
And guess
birthday
whose
to you.
birthday is it today, Dr. Richardson? Musu. Dr. Alaric Toba Wet.
Oh,
Her birthday is today. We wish her well. Again, the
yeah.
data is here with her. They are spending the birthday in Arizona. Oh
Oh,
my
wow.
God. Yeah, they are in Arizona right now. The Dr. Alaric
Nice.
Toba is here, and he is
Yeah.
spending the birthday, celebrating his wife's birthday. A wonderful lady. You know,
Happy
they are
birthday.
having fun. Happy birthday to her. And I will call, by the way. I will call for her to speak. I will wait when Fagon come. I will call because our Fagon sister, and, you know, she spoke Fagon a lot. So happy birthday to our aunt, to our sister Musu, the wife of Dr. Alaric Togba. I want to say back to school treat. Let's do this real quick. Adagio Aki. Okay, I believe the parents then sending the children names for us to wish them Godspeed as they begin another school year. Kimberlyn started school today. Joseph Kamara daughter name is Kimberlyn. Gifty Hawaii Golden from Smith D. Alvin Samuel Davin from Morovia, Liberia, ELW Road. They want to bless all the teachers. You're quite correct. Anna Wee, she gone on campus. Oh my God. Marian Wee, daughter Anna went on campus. Thank God for you. Tamara Foko, all right, from Thomas Fire Foko. All right, we want to thank God for you. Again, if your daughter, your son, you want us to call their name, put their names up, we'll wish them well. When Renee Goba started school today, first time. What? The other baby gonna cry. Oh. That Richardson, I can't wait when your grandson going to school. That will be a
So
heavy cry, heavy cry.
I'll be doing the crying. I don't think he will be
You'll
doing
be
the
doing
crying.
crying. Yeah, right. You'll be happy that begins all of the house.
No, I kind of miss him. I know I miss him. He keeps me on my
We
toes.
want to wish Raymond T. DeLong, Oliver DeLong's son. He started school yesterday. That's good. Zuba is watching from Dupero. There was a lockdown in the city today. JMB put 1 hour outside. Everybody stay home. It was a total lockdown. Alfred Bala since the 28th of August. Belated birthday treat to Alfred Bala. We want to say, listen, share the program, invite your friend. Eric passed away. What's up, Eric? We want to say, invite your friend. This is what we do best. We make God bless you. It will be very interesting. We'll touch more on the passport issue. The passport issue is crazy. The government lying to her people. They continue to sell more passport. We got more books.
We got everything. We're going to tell you exactly who at the foreign ministry working along with D. Maxwell coming out and the president, the allegation that these guys then doing more than what Besonga did. You remember Besonga, Dr. Richardson, Passport Gate, Besonga. The guys then doing more, they double the price, everything. We'll talk about it. We also want to talk about the money that the government have made available for ECOWAS. And that's what thing I get Maxwell here. Some ECOWAS members, there are a lot of bad elements, Maxwell.
Okay.
Somebody play with paper, I think that Maxwell. Let me mute him a little bit. A lot of bad elements, Dr. Rich is saying. Some of them have agreed to take money from governments around this region, that when the election result is announced, they may declare the support and say, yes, you won the election. That's a bad practice.
Are you serious?
And we got to announce this seriously on the show, and ECOWAS have to be warned. The same thing the State Department is now bringing on Sierra Leone. Some ECOWAS members, we will call their names. And each time we do this show, I pass a copy of the show to folks here in America, that they may follow through. Prince Maxwell, you observe the situation in Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
Immediately, the State Department came last week. Visa restriction and possible sanction from the president down. But we have some elements that work along with ECOWAS Parliament. Some of them have agreed. We don't have all of the documents, but we have some. And it is alleged that this government willing to spend up to $50 million to give money for these guys to accept the result by fire, by force, and declare George Manneh we are the winner. This is big. This is big. This is huge. And only Spoon can give it to you. And only Spoon can give it to you. So again, we want to announce to everyone, we will be telling you that wish is right, because we do not make up any story. We have our representative, Senator Edwin Melvin Snow, working with his folks. And again, I'm saying to you, we will be giving you names. These are allegations as alleged, right? Prince, that's not good English here, right, Prince?
Exactly.
Right, Prince? I want somebody to stand on say, my document got people name on it. I said, per my sources, document as alleged, they call Edwin Snow name. Why George Manneh we are giving Edwin Snow money? As alleged. So don't blame me. I'm begging you, Jeremy, not me saying that. The document that the people gave me saying the allegations say CDC government I gave Edwin Snow money to take to ECOWAS, to his friends, that when the election is rigged, they should accept the result. You know, I care less what people say about me. This is Liberia we're talking about. But this is a big news. One of the biggest so far we'll be bringing to you today. As we said, Yeke Koluba is coming. Jose Yima Barga was in District 10. So he's coming on the show to talk to us. He said he dare anybody to pull forth. Bamu with Diva Kola. That's what Yeke say. I don't know. But so you remember that Dr. Richardson she wasn't in Liberia. But you remember when the picking say Bamu with Diva Kola, right? You're going to
yeah, that's a very bad term. when you hear Bamu Divakola, just know that something bad is about to happen.
Something is about to happen. But Maxwell, while we wait for the rest of the guys, right?
Yeah.
We said this yesterday. The president, the allegation that he receiving $17.5 million from Asala Bitar with that subway things, was able to make contact, right?
Okay.
And I want to announce to the folks, it's just not looking good for Josh Weah. It doesn't look good at all. At all. $17.5 million.
Well, the Liberian people have to be very concerned about all the concessionary agreement under George Weah, period. That's key there.
Go ahead. Talk to me.
One of the things I was thinking about, after we left the show yesterday, A friend of mine and myself were having a conversation, and I remember he wrote the word mandate. And then I thought about it from the word in terms of politics. And I realized that Liberian people have given President George Weah, everything he needs as a president to have the little things that have asked him to do. They have given him the president, they have given him the constitution as his power. They've given him the legal right to make any laws that he wants within the constitution. They have given him the mineral resources of the country as power to be able to develop, to have money to develop the things they want him to develop. They've given him the capacity, wisdom, which is civil servants. They've given all of those things. So the entire Weir administration has had everything that they need for Liberian people to do a good job. Everything, land, resources, water, air, they have everything. The question people need to be asking is this: how is it that the country has given you everything, but you can do nothing good out of it or with it to give them back the simple things they've asked for: water, healthcare, better roads, better schools, so they can educate their children, better courts. Now, what we see happening is the proliferation of little things that shouldn't really be happening, like the case that you just mentioned, the alleged mining company involved in $70 million with the president. That is something that will shock the Liberian people over and over again, simply because they do not expect such a thing to be happening on a president who has had a future just as they had. Poor, Gibraltar, struggle. You understand? They cannot understand why. Why a man who went through poverty cannot help them to get out of poverty.
We'll come to that. Prince, and thank you very much. You and Dr. Richardson come first to class and do your thing. And when the other people come, they want to hijack the show. You know what? If I walk on right now, he will be screaming, yelling, how you call the guy, King Hussein, that went to a program, got 3 women around him. I got his picture. These guys are having fun, and all they do is that we're waiting. JMB, JMB, JMB. These guys are going to leave and go back to Liberia. But I said to you, my dear brother Prince, we are fighting for the cause. These guys then, I begin to think about Fagon, about the Fadiga and Jerome. Who are they? When we talk about redeeming the country called Liberia, who are they? I begin to think, I begin to say, they come on the show late, and they do their spin, they attack, and they go back and drink the Hennessy and the XO. I begin to think, who are they? But Dr. Richardson helped me understand. Today will be one of the best show of my life. Dr. Richardson, the passport I'm seeing, the document I have in my possession, that over 500 of George Manor, we have ministers, directors, deputy directors, and all of them, they have failed to declare the assets. But imagine, they got mansions, they got homes worth millions of dollars. I have that document in my possession. And these people just destroying our country. Imagine Samuel 12 telling Sir Joseph, we will give you the $2.1 million, and they destroy NTA. NTA is so destroyed. All the bosses. We will play the clip that the director said, listen, we received dime. Since the government came to power, they have never given us a dime. That's the NTA director was saying it. Where's the money? Samuel 12, Sir Joseph, the president, they ate the money. Sir Joseph came here and bought a couple of buses and took it back and said, those are my buses. And he using NTA drivers. And his buses are packed. That great MTA owner, Samuel Kanyando, when we were beginning, Prince, when we were building that place,
I wrote MTA when I was small.
Take our hand and carry by whom?
Yes.
A great
Yes.
MTA, Sir Joseph, Samuel Twe, Personal Weir have divided the people MTA money. And the director crying in front of the Senate and say, we are broke. How many buses you get in Ganta? He said, I don't know. How many you get in Maryland? He lied. He said one. He said, but the road spot, there's nothing. River G. Senator Bosa said, I'm begging you. You get nothing in River G. How wicked can a government be? But talk to me, Dr. Richardson. We're going to have a wonderful show today.
Yeah, on that story is published in Front Page Africa. I was surprised that I heard NTA is actually in the process of terminating a contract with LU so that the contract can be given to Sir Joseph. And Senator Dillon called it out as, a conflict of interest. And you're right, Sir Joseph seems to be destroying the profit or actually getting into the profit of the NTA because nobody wants to use the government's bus. Everybody, he's getting into the contract. So it's really disturbing. I mean, how can he be the judge and the jury at the same time? So if there's any kind of, questions that anyone might have or any complaints about NTA that they need the legislators to get involved in order to investigate, it's going to be difficult. He's going to have to remove himself from those kind of discussions. I mean, it's sad to have a government person. I'm hearing feedback. Maybe it's me. It's sad to hear a government, a legislator involved in tearing down a government agency. It's really sad to hear that. I had there was also in the House Representatives Joint Committee on Natural Resources and Concessions had a hearing today. In fact, they started a public hearing on the B Mountain. They had started last week. Remember when Dylan asked if they build the hospital that they promised to build during the last agreement. So this time around, they are supposed, if ratified, they're of course going to be in Cape Mount for 25 years. Then, of course, they are supposed to invest $520 million. When I think about, $520 million, I think about 17 million, how developed our country can be, that's a lot of money, that can really go to Cape Mount Road should not look like the way it looks. Browardsport should not look like the way it looks, with all of the money and investment. I wanted to know like where and how they're going to invest this money, but I didn't get a chance to read where and how they are going to invest the money. But yeah, so and actually, lastly, I wanted to just speak about my thoughts about what happened last night on the show. If we're going to have panelists, and
No, Dr. Richardson.
Dr. Richardson.
We're not going
Dr. Richardson.
I'm sorry, my man. We got a lot of stuff to discuss. Then for us to, but again, thank you very much for agreeing to me, Prince Maxwell. I'll manage somehow.
So let me just tell you, Prince, and since you guys ready to have thoughts about what happened to you in the show, I'll be correcting you. I'll be stopping you.
Thank you.
Okay?
No, Dr. Richardson, I'm in full support of your position. I want you to understand that. Yesterday, that assault on you, I call an assault on you, was inappropriate.
Thank you.
I will never stand for such. And the word that was used was inflammatory and derogatory.
No, but Maxwell.
But with that being said,
Maxwell, at the end of the show, we'll discuss that. I beg you.
And with that being said, Senator, can I say hello to my people? Can I say hello to my people?
Please, I say you're trying to fit into Dr. Richardson to create more wahala.
Okay, so here it is. I would like to say welcome to the biggest and most important group that now have been supporting Liberia for a very, very long time. It's the diaspora groups all over, Liberian diaspora groups all over the world. I would like to start with my Belgian people because I know them. They are very agile and energetic people. They're always making things happen, especially the Liberia Association in Belgium. They've been doing a wonderful job. Kingston and the other rest of the people that are here have been doing excellent. So welcome to the Belgium Diaspora Association and everybody, all the Liberians in Belgium. Welcome to the Liberians in the US who are joining the show. To the Netherlands, the Liberians diaspora in the Netherlands, welcome as well. Scotland, France, Poland, Austria, Hungary, South Korea, China, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Norway, the UK, Ireland, Romania, Italy, Sweden, Canada, and Australia. Also, the Liberian diaspora in the African diaspora who are in Africa and the Middle East. Not forgetting all the religious community in Liberia. Stanton is a very religious man, so I made sure to capture this because today he praying all on the show. So to the religious community in Liberia and to all of those who pray, fast and pray for Liberia during these difficult times, we say thank you. We appreciate your prayers for the country. We appreciate your prayer for the nation. We say welcome to the show if you are listening, and all of the pastors in all of the counties who are continuing to serve our people, including the imams, and all of the imams, all of our religious people. When I say religious people, I mean all of our religious people, the Muslim and Christian. Welcome to the show, and we thank you all for participating always. Keep democracy alive.
That's the man, that's the voice of Prince Dr. Clarence Mulva Maxwell. Prince Maxwell. Thank you very, very much. He's representing Leno. But Dr. Richardson, I'm not saying don't speak on it. I'm saying let's do it at the end of the show because we are in gear. We are in flat. We're on fire right now.
Okay.
Our people want to hear what's happening in Liberia.
That's reasonable.
But thank you very much. I can never stop you, ma'am. This is your program. I'm just here helping. So again, I would just ask you, please, for the sake of good heaven. But I want to say to you folks, you see why I always tell you it's 5 o'clock. If I go in on yeah, Mo Ali, all of them stay drinking the Hennessy XO. But we're gonna have our show yet. We're gonna talk about the issue. And yes, the good thing about this program, we will not have anything from you. We will be as simple as possible. They can cuss us, they can send their agents, they can do whatever they want to do, but we will be as simple as possible to tell you the truth. Nothing but the truth. So help us, oh God. You see my hand? I put my hand up. Mm-hmm. This is very important. We discussed with you yesterday that the Liberian government, through the foreign ministry, has alleged they are selling passports. They are giving the people, selling the people passport. Your passport as a Liberian because the government looking for money. The government looking for money, the government selling passport. Those guys that involved the allegation that they are all working along with the word grade is an allegation. I will stand to be corrected. But they are all working along with Councillor Gray. They are working along with D. Maxwell Kamaya. They are working along with the president. It's a triangle. It's a cartel operation. That's the allegation. You saw the gentleman with who? With Madam Ente Jua Howard Taylor. I'm not making this up, folks. You saw the transfer information. The reason why I'm dragging a little bit because I want to bring the new developments to you. We show you this guy with Ente Joel, the vice president. This is the guy that operating from Councillor Dewar Gray, D. Maxwell Kamaya, and Joel will get his own accord. This is the gentleman that working in the sub-region, and across Africa. The allegation that he's running the operation. He will be questioned, of course, because his passport and document were given to the folks here. So he will be questioned. Probably they're going to ask Madam Joa Howard Taylor, how did she take a picture with him? On what terms she get to know him? Let me drink some of my hot coffee, might as well. So she will be questioned. I'm not saying it. Maybe President Ware is coming on the UNGA, they will question him. Why your country diplomatic passport getting in the hands of terrorists? What I'm about to show you, I will whisper more. The people that can, or they want us to do it tomorrow, it's up to them. But what I'm about to show you, the rest of the passport, the information we are gathering is scary. If you want to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. Please. I'm begging you. If you want to go there, go there. Because when we're ready to start talking about this thing, we don't want you to have jobo. that my brother Professor Keeks can say, Jobo Jobo. I will ask you, this is very, very serious time in our country. Why St. Besson guy, the ministries continue to sell passport? Why? Have you asked yourself, 150,000, 200,000, look at the wire transfer information. Or maybe this one will be better. Look at it. March 1st, 2022. Go down in history. Before we bring you to the current one for today, look at the information we are showing you. And ask yourself, why honor this government, President Weah, D. Maxwell Kamea, all the embassies around the world, you didn't get money, they're begging for money. D. Maxwell will collect the money and send it to Liberia. What you do with the money, that's your own problem. But why are they selling passport? Look at the amount, 200,000. That's me saying it. The allegation that they are selling passport for 200,000. Look at amen. Dr. Richard C. and Prince O. 4725800029. That's the account number. ABA, wire transfer. Swift number CBA, FKENX. Fair wire rotten number ABA 07000. Bank branch Kenya. Why are we saying now yeah adding that social mumu in Liberia? Maxwell. Why are we sitting here that register and adding that we get sense? So before we get to this thing, the reason why I want to speak on this briefly today, before we get to what happened with Pisota, before Pisota and I come here 5 times in 1 month, what happened to her, we'll tell you that later. Okay? What happened to her son? We'll tell you that later. What happened to her husband in China? We'll tell you that later. How did she bring Jefferson Koji 3 children and wealth in America? We'll tell you that later. But I want to tell you this, my people. Y'all go tell them to come and watch Spoon Talk. D. Maxwell. Let's start with this. Not D. Maxwell, I'm sorry. Prince Maxwell. I apologize. Let's start with this thing real quick, my brother.
Yeah.
Look at this information before we start rolling out the other passport. Look at this information and speak to your fellow Liberians, please.
Well, Stanton, this information about the passport that has been published in newspapers, in the Front Page Africa newspaper and everything else it's very disgusting. First and foremost, let me establish Dr. Moniba is appalled. To the Liberian people that are listening today, Dr. Moniba is very much appalled of the situation surrounding our diplomatic passport or any legal document of the Republic of Liberia that is being misused and mishandled. He's very, very angry about that simply because he understands the level of embarrassment, both domestic, local embarrassment, and international embarrassment it brings to the country. Now let's get to the issue. And why Dr. Moniba is very concerned about this. One, this goes to the heart of the entire argument we make here every day that President Weah needs to be changed. Because the issue of passport illegally being handled by foreigners in the country is not the first time under President Weah's administration. And it is not the first time Liberian people have shown their anger about this. Yet the issue of this passport remains the same. The issue of the embarrassment that Liberians receive as a result of their passport getting in nefarious individual hands remains the same. The question people will be asking is this: what lesson is this sending to the young people that are growing up in Liberia right now? What message are we sending to the international community about how we handle our domestic affairs at home? And what message is it sending to those who are working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And I'll be honest about this. I have worked with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the Liberian people, I can tell you, there are so many good people working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They labor every day to make sure Liberia is protected. For them, This is a major embarrassment because they are not involved in this. Most of them are not involved in this. They don't even know these things happening. I like the fact that when I spoke to a good friend of mine, he said, Maxwell, there's a cartel in that place. And something has to change. We know that the American government has been very, very concerned about how we're handling our passport. We know that they have gone to the extent of even sanctioning people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They've gone to the extent of even making a formal inquiry, a formal complaint, and international announcement about this. Yet, this cannot change. To those who are involved in the damaging and destroying the image of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and that of the legal documents of Liberia, most importantly, the diplomatic passport, shame on you. The Liberian people have given you the authority to take care of the sensitive material that represents them. And this is how you repay them. You slap in their face, you bring shame to that door, and you treat them like children. Stanton, this cannot be worse than anything else.
Let's bring in the good doctor, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let's hear from you.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, this is a domestic and international problem. From a domestic standpoint, it's embarrassing because when people are trying to come to invest into the country, when you do research as investors would do, they would see that our passport has been scandalized with criminal issues such as terrorism or money laundering, because that's the top two things that came up for reasons why people might want to use diplomatic passport or fake passports. So why would anybody want to come to a country that is associated with money laundering or criminal activities? And it affects our people at home. If investors don't come to the country, jobs will not be created for people to work. So we'll have tons and tons of, like as we see now, our LU students that are graduating that they can't find jobs, and revenue will not be created to increase our budget for us to have things to support our economy. If our revenue will increase by bringing investors to the country or bringing companies, then we'll have more money in our budget to contribute to hospitals, to contribute to schools. So it's a circle that is never ending. And internationally, it can cause our country to just look bad. It can just cause our country to not have relationships with other countries. They can see our country as somewhere where anybody can just get any kind of identity. They don't see us respecting the rule of law. So internationally, it looks very, very bad especially with all of the different treaties that we have to sign that promote good governance, that promote protection of Liberians' identity, that will encourage patriotism. All of those, just if you selling your passports, is not good. It just don't look good for us. So I would encourage this. Well, I can't say this government because they don't respect the rule of law. But I would say that this is not going to be tolerated in the Cummings government. Definitely, Mr. Cummings is going to have a high degree of people with competency, and I said that yesterday. It's going to be competency at best. He's going to. I mean, he has the experience of how to select people in those areas. So in his government, you're never going to find this kind of passport scandal that we see now, passport gate. I would like to call it.
So Maxwell, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Maxwell, listen, when these things happen, the president, his information minister, none of them will come up to say anything. Maxwell, go ahead, talk to us. Let me check the door, please. Those dogs are backing.
Okay. Well, every day I come on this airwave and I state the facts. The facts are clear. There are things that should not be happening under a presidency, meaning that there should be people that are assigned the very critical responsibility to have watchful eyes in order to protect the nation. And Dr. Richardson and to the Liberian people that are listening right now, I can tell you for a fact that many of our serving diplomats right now are deeply embarrassed.
I can imagine.
They are deeply embarrassed because these things mix the international wire, international news. What we forget to understand is that we have foreign diplomats in the country, and they report these kind of things to their country. And those countries sometimes do summon our officials to ask them questions about these kind of issues. And it puts our diplomats in a very demeaning and subdued position to respond to these kind of things. I have been on the receiving end of that emotion.
Wow.
Listening to people sitting across the table and telling me what we need to do to fix those things, as opposed to instructing us what to do as like little kids being talked to. When we are educated, sound, meticulous people, that is what our diplomats now have to deal with. That is what people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have caused, or certain group of people in the Ministry of Foreign have caused. Every Liberian diplomat on the field right now is embarrassed. They are ashamed. And they have to figure out how to now position themselves going forward. Stanton, this issue of the passport, not just the issue of the money. By compromising our diplomatic passport, we are also compromising our domestic and national security. Like I said to you the last time, I said, when Andrew comes on, I would like to speak after he leaves, because there are key issues that I would like to speak on specifically. There is an irregularities. There are a lot of irregularities in the passport that was presented. And I will let you know about one of those things. I don't know how those things, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, based on the regular protocol of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there is a stated timeline for the expiration of all passports.
Yeah, but let me say this. I know you're going to go more into that thing. Let me bring in Fadika. We're trying to make contact with the rest of the guys that are coming on tonight. I'm talking about One Pro again, and that of Yeke Koruba, the representative from District 10. Folks, we got a very hot, very high, very, very, very troubling information for you. This is not only about the passport, Maxwell. Our country is bleeding from all over. The president cares less because he has no knowledge as to the extent in which he has destroyed Liberia. To that extent, the president, at that word of even President George Manawia, even after he leaves power, I don't think he will even realize that he has destroyed our country. So this is bad for Liberia. The information just coming from all over. Even the information coming from his ministers and directors, those folks in government, they're giving us the information. They are saying the time with George we are. They're afraid that the Richardson to even say it, but they are so tired with George Manawia. It's like they want to get rid of him since yesterday. But legally, constitutionally, we got to wait. And the Liberian people got to wait for October 10th. So this is the worst thing in the history. How can this man, before even Fadika says something, King Hussein will change his name now. Before he even says something, why would President we are even make a request of 17.5 million right now as I'm speaking to you? I said because of that agreement, they begin to change all the way from Nimba to Grand Bassa. They are spending a lot of money more than that wish they signed up for. That's wrong. Imagine where we are today as a nation. Giving President George Mann, we have 17.5 million going into his pocket. That's what Rich is saying. When President Weah took over, 16 billion went in Teen Air. 2018, And this president was building his home. They couldn't give an account for that which was left in the coffer by Madame Salif. They wrecked it. That's the first money they stole. 16 billion, equivalent to 100 and some more million United States dollars. They took it. The president started building his home. We came to the 25 million mop-up exercise. 25 million. Have you asked the government what become of that money when Samuel Twain said we went out there and met money changers and gave them money? So you are going with a bag of 25 million US dollar on your back, Mr. City Twain? Have you asked your government? Have you asked them what become of that money? In COVID time, the people become hungry. COVID, Maxwell. I spent over 100,000. I can say the foundation spent over 100,000 giving food, rice, and medicine and everything. These guys then took the people money and they ate it. And they said we cannot audit WFP for food distribution. Why can we not remind the Liberian people, my people? They need to understand to the extent to which George Manasseh destroyed the country. How will we sit here as if to say it's okay? We are not talking about the killing now. We are talking about the basic bread and butter issue our nation is faced with. And now they want to boast that gave them another 6 years for Senator to come back and tell us Tabata? Nonsense. Look at the Marshall Cemetery built in Ivory Coast. Look at the home he got here in America. Nothing compared. So we ask ourselves, the conversation for today to our brother that just got us late, let me say this to you. We ask ourselves this question. $17.5 million to George Manasseh. Subway will take a setup meter will take over from Subway. George Manasseh own company, his own company, and he will walk away with $17.5 million. And Nimba, Bon County, Grand Bassa, the entire Liberia will go blank. They will go blank. We're talking about the passport. Do the math. 200,000 and 250,000 books. What $1 billion these guys are selling. And somebody said, why about Piso Tai? I'll tell you why about Piso Tai. I can tell you. Piso City Tai, General Minister, we received 4 documents. It's a trouble in Minnesota. We'll discuss it. Piso been here 3 times already trying to create, save her family. Her husband, Matthew Tai, went to China. He mad like hell. Her son is in trouble. She brought Jefferson Koji children to live with her mom. We'll give you that whole story. We are not making up story. We know where they live in Minnesota. This thing is getting crazy. They're all leaving the country. They're running from the country because they are saying George Manasseh will not win an election. Look at the recent message we got from Mobile Model today. So disturbing. I will end on this one because you know what? You guys need to speak. But when Mobile Model speak, folks need to listen, Maxwell. And I will tell you, and I think you know that too, Fadika. You know very well who Mobile Model is. Mobile Model, when he speak, people need to listen. Look at the message I got from Mobile Model today. And I will screenshot it and show it to you guys. And this board is crying. We'll come back to this thing. But it's good. Yeah. Zeus said, I'm going to take time. You're right, Zeus. I will. It's a lot of story. We want to give it to you because tomorrow we want to talk about Patrick Sudu and what he did. I want to discuss this thing. It's coming too much. Thank you guys for giving us the information free. Thank you. Tomorrow I won't put this thing aside and discuss Patrick Sudu tomorrow. You'll go tell them. But let me read what Mobile Model said. And indeed, I will pray for him. Mobile Model said, I don't know this man. He was talking to somebody. He said, they met at George Manasseh. I don't know this man. He is your friend and brother, and you know him well. You said that he does not forgive. You know how he has tried to isolate me, yet you continue to expose me. AI, ego, you are bringing death and destruction to my door. Man, as a child of God, I begin to think and I begin to go down and say, hey, man, listen to what he said, Fadika, and you can take it from here. And I want Liberian to listen to it. This is the chairman of a political party called CDC, the one that brought President George Weah to power. Listen to what he said about George Manuel Weah. I don't know this man. I don't know this man. He is your friend and brother, and you know him well. He does not forgive. I will pray for Mobile Molu tonight. The message is here. He can't say that lie. I will screenshot it and show it to you guys. I don't know if you can see it. I will put it up there. I will pray for Mobile Molu tonight. You do not get it. But now I know there is no true person in this world. You want me dead? Mobile Molu began to plead. He began to plead. He began to cry. He said, George Weah, he does not forgive. I don't want us to leave the other story because I know while I'm waiting for Mo Ali to come and the other people, then I will give you what the other story. But this thing about Mobile Molu hit me. It hit me so hard. Hussein. The man say, I don't know this man. You know him. He's your friend and brother. And you say he does not forgive. You want me dead? That's the voice of Mobile Molu, chairman of CDC. He's scared like hell. He's shaking. He's trembling. Fadiga, take it from me, man. Let me drink a little more of coffee. And a lot coming up, folks. Tell your brother and sister to join us. The chairman. Yeah, no, Beatrice, no, you can't say member see political asylum because it was offered to him. Beatrice can't get great. We got to talk about Mobile Molu. It was offered to him. Mobile Molu left everything because he was forced to go back home when he was in Delaware. You don't know what I have when it comes to Mobile Molu. This is death or life. Because if it is not George Manuel Weah, it's somebody from CDC government. You know what? Go ahead, Fatiga. Go ahead, Fatiga.
It's sad. It's sad. And this is not the first time we have had this passport issue with this government. Now, look, a real Liberian have a very slim chance of getting a passport in Liberia than a foreign national.
I know you want to talk about the passport. Let's rest on this Mobile Molu.
I want to get everything in with the passport. Right. Yeah, you know. So it's not unusual. We've seen this before, and it's a dangerous thing. But for Mobile Molu, it's like chicken coming home to the roast to get roasted. What I see with this government, and I'm going to say this now, we see a lot of mysterious death. That is the end of a dying regime. This is what you see. When before Chancellor left, a lot of those key architects that perpetrated evil and were in on the all those wrongdoing, they had to be eliminated. So don't be surprised if you see them going after their own, because there are certain key individuals within this government that are threat to the president, and they have to keep this messiah that they have created. They have to protect him. And in order to protect him, they will eliminate key figure. I'm very sorry that Molu is in this predicament, but hey, this is what they brought on the Liberian people. I mean, do I feel sorry for him as an individual? Yes. But am I happy with what they have done to Liberia? No. I think they should all pay for what they have done to Liberia. But Stanton, just one thing that about that piece of stuff that you are talking about, one thing I want to say, there's something more important to that. And I know you're going into detail with that, but let me say this. What we have gathered is that George Weah and his homeboys are fleeing the country. They have taken most of the family. This is one thing the Liberian people need to pay attention to. Whenever a regime is crumbling, the first thing they do here is they start to take the family out of the situation. This is why the guys are brave to look. George, we know if you have seen the crowd today, how the incoming president, Ambassador Joseph Yiman Boaka, shut down Morovia, you will know that the election is practically over. Sensing that what these guys going to strive on now is chaos. They're going to deliberately infuse chaos into our election so that it is not free, fair, and transparent. And the only reason they can do that is they are pouring all the children out of the country. Jefferson Kochi got all his children all in Minnesota, yeah. Samuel Twain, the family out of the place. And I can say this now. Stanton, I know you wanted this story, but I couldn't tell you a couple of nights ago. Samuel Twain actually have a $1.5 million house in South Africa.
But man,
that is the one that
I know you don't want to save your story. You're saving for.
We're not saving it. I'm not
I
saving
know.
it.
But let's stick to the conversation. We'll come to that. We'll bring it because it's very much important. We're trying to redeem Liberia, then you're trying to cherry pick as to which story you want to go up. I'm here for that nonsense. The Liberian people depend on me to tell them the truth. Nothing but the truth, so help me God. If I
send no information to you,
thank you. If I see it, I will talk it.
Let me finish, my man. Let me finish.
Yeah, finish. Finish.
So what they are doing now is they are bringing the people out. So we need to start informing the American embassy that these guys cannot make Liberia unsafe for our family back home, create chaos there, and then pull the family out. We need to start extraditing them back to Liberia. Let everybody feel the heat. That way we can ensure that free and fair election is a must in Liberia. And that is what they are doing. They are getting the family out so that they can be there and use the military to brutalize our people, for fear in them so that they do not go to the polls, because low voter turnout will work for George Weah. And that is the only way they can stay in power. Because like you said, George Weah have destroyed Liberia. We do not even know what the damage that we have done to Liberia here until they move from power. We do not even know. What we are seeing just on the surface. So, I mean, Stanton, I agree with you on that. They are fleeing, and I don't know. But October 10 is all we have to rescue this country. October 10.
King Hassan, thank you very much, my brother. There's a reason why we're changing his name to King Hassan. If you went through what Hassan went through this gone weekend, he and Fagon, you'll be scared. I would never do that in my life as a young man. No, I'm too old for that. Okay? But I would say this to Dr. Richardson come in on a very serious note. Let's just talk about this mobile model for a bit. Let me post this. Let me post this text message. I like to do this thing because I want folks to read it themselves. All right. When it said that something, Mobile was talking to somebody, I don't know what between he and this young lady, they are mad with each other. He said, when it said that Samson was betrayed, a woman was always there. I trusted you, but my life does not matter. I don't know this man. He is your friend and brother, and you know him. So Mobile Model was talking to Fatima Salik, okay? He's still texting her, by the way. As we speak, he's still sending her text message. I will advise Mobile, stop sending her text message, okay? Because any message you send to her, it come to me. So don't send her text message, all right? This thing, I've been getting all the message from you and Joe. We are a long time through Fatima. People say they're smart in Liberia, but they're not too smart. But anyway, let's go back to this thing. Folks, this is the message to Fatima. Fatima is a very, very, very nice lady. And she trusted the Spoon Network, and she gave us the information. She just didn't say, call my name. So I'm not calling her name because I want to call her name. She said I'm going to call her name. Okay, so let's go ahead. Now you know. All right, that's one of the persons. She fearless. She doesn't care. She said, call my name. So there we go. They call me Opa. I'm from Ghana, no Panto. I'm sorry. That's how I roll. When they said that Samson was betrayed, a woman was there. I trusted you, but my life does not matter. I don't know this man. He is your friend and brother. You remember Fatima said she grew up with Joe. We are in Clariton, Valta, here and there. That's what Mobile Molu meant. He is your friend and brother, and you know him well. You said that he does not forgive. You know how he has tried to isolate me. Dr. Richardson, Prince Maestro, Fadika, Mo Ali, everybody that listened, Mobile Molu knew from the start that George Manawia was doing everything and continue to do everything to isolate him. This is his own word. You continue to expose things that I tell you in confidence. How can you share our personal messages with the world and bring death and destruction to my door? How? Well, it is what it is. You have put my life in danger, and for that I can never forgive you. And this is Fatima reply to Moba Molu. That was not my intention. Liberia is all I have. All we have, unlike you, I must protect her at all costs. My intention was not to expose you, but to protect you by letting the world know how badly you are being treated. Sorry if I let you down, but at least I will save Liberia. You know what? Listen. This looked like a portrait from Wilton Sangawulo. So let me pause. And I love literature. It's like a girlfriend or boyfriend having a romantic text. No, Prince. I know you're not in Liberia cycle no more. You would have worked getting, but this is so interesting. Let Liberian people listen to it, and I will read it again. I like her reply though. She said, "That was not my intention. Liberia is all I have. All we have. Unlike you, Moba Malu, I must protect her at all costs. My intention was not to expose you, but to protect you by letting the world know how badly you are being treated. Sorry if I let you down, but at least I will save Liberia." Then here come Moba Malu. Your kind of literature class, and you remember Julius Caesar? Your kind of literature class.
Like Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet now. And this is what happened. So that the riches, this is what we'll do, right?
This is Molba Molu's Et tu Brutus movement.
Yes. And listen, I will read this, and Dr. Richardson must read the female portion of this, and you will enjoy it. Reverend, as well. We're in literature class now. We'll get to the serious issue first. But those of you on Radio Land, let me read it again. So I'm reading in the voice of Moba Molu. When they said that Samson was betrayed, a woman was always there. I trusted you, but my life does not matter. I don't know this man. He is your friend and brother. You know him well. You said that he does not forgive. You know how he has tried to isolate me. Yet, you continue to expose things that I tell you in confidence. How can you share our personal messages with the word and bring death and destruction to my door? How? Well, it is what it is. You have put my life in danger. And for that, I will never forgive you. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
That was not my intention. Liberia is all I have. All we have. Unlike you, I must protect her at all costs. My intention was not to expose you, but to protect you by letting the world know how badly you are being treated. Sorry if I let you down, but at least I will save Liberia.
Hey, Momo Mono coming back. You do not get it. But now I know that there is no true person in this world. What are you looking for? Fame? Money? Or you just want to hurt me? Or you want me dead? Arrest. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, that was a good one, a good time to just ease back and talk about that which is happening to our brother, to the chairman of CDC, Moba Malu. This is one of the most damning moments for George Manawia. This is, without hesitation, Moba Molu knows. He knows very well the president have isolated him. He understands very well they will come after him, and he's crying. And I will read it on. I will put another text message up when he said, "Pray for me. Pray for me, please." Prince Maxwell, talk to me. There you go.
Let's look at Marcus Aurelius, right? His famous how you call it, the famous Roman general. He said simply that So other people hurt me. That's their problem. Their character and actions are not mine. What is done to me is ordained by nature. What I do by my own. This goes to say that I don't think in the mindset of Molu, this is surprising. I think you can see in Molu's text message, he's looking for safety raft. He's looking for friend to trust. He's looking for people to confide in. But that goes to a deeper psychological nature of what is happening in the CDC. This speaks to the level of threat, not just within Molu's own mind, but within the environment where he exists, which is the CDC. This is not the only person this is happening to. Molu is just an example of what is actually happening within the CDC. There is fear in the CDC amongst themselves. There is distrust in the CDC among themselves. So as the result of that, no one can trust each other in the CDC. It's like a gang of thieves who have gone against each other. The only way they can trust anything is to look for outside individuals and not associated with the current event happening. So this tells us that the inner circle of George Weah is imploding by the minute. The consistency they once had, they no longer have that. The change that they said they were going to bring, that change has now turned to fear and chaos. And we see Moluba Molu in the physical, exemplifying that, showing that off to the public, showing that off to the people he thinks he trusts. That is a dying breed of individuals right now trying to find safe haven. The first law of nature says self-preservation. Moluba Molu now is adapting that perspective. He's trying to self-preserve. So that is what's happening within the CDC right now. And as a result of that, that's the reason why Dr. Moniba has always said the change that George Weah said he was going to bring to the country was never changed in the first place. Was fear, corruption, and a consistency of the lack of understanding that he was going to bring. That is the change that George Weah spoke about, not the change that we need.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to put another text message up, but let me bring in Mo Ali. Mo, welcome, man. Your internet is giving you a problem tonight. Talk to us, my brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, yeah, my internet, I actually had to recharge it. And then when you recharge, you have to restart and all those kind of stuff. It fluctuates a little. So
I know we got a long stuff to go to, Mo, but I want to bring you up to speed. We'll talk again about the passport issue. We got a new document. We'll talk about the 17 million given to George Weah by Asalamita. We'll talk about the Piso City Tar family issue in Minnesota, which is so important. We're going to talk about other issues that you will be bringing forward as well. And I also want to chip in one that the Moluba did today to Jose Yiman Boaka, refusing for Jose Yiman Boaka to host his program at the Moba's family property. We'll discuss that. But let me bring you up to speed for us to work with this mobile model issue. Folks are listening to us. This is one of the last message. Again, mobile model, as you can see, he said, I treated you like a sister, one that I admire, and you let me down. How could you? I'm disappointed. This man means President George Weah does not like me, and you want my life to be on the ballot. This is one of the most concerning text message Mobile Model sent. This is one of the most concerning text message Mobile Model sent. We have a lot of them, but I took on this one today for Liberians to understand. We are doing this thing to save life. I'm not doing it for pleasure. I'm not happy, but I'm concerned about Mobile Model, Chairman Model, CDC Chairman Model, that he believes that President George Weah is after him. He believes, as per his document I received, I have in my possession. Liberians listen to me on Spoon, on Super, on Fabric, on Prime, on Trust, on all the other radio stations. They've now come to understand that Mobile Model believes that President George Manawia is after him. I will read this for you on in Radio Land. I treated you. If you want more text message, you let me know, and I will read more text message to you. Okay? If you think we should stop here, we will stop and move to another conversation. This is your program. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Dr. Richardson signed the document. It's a private talk show host. We just been, through those radio stations. But this is what it said. Mobile Modu is saying, I treated you like a sister, one that I admire, and you let me down. How could you? I am disappointed. This man, which is President George Manawia, this man does not like me. And you want my life to be on the ballot. Take it from us. Mo Ali, if you with us, please. Let's talk about mobile model stuff and put it to rest. Talk to us.
Well, it is no secret that since the recording was leaked, there have been no love lost between President Weah and my friend, the chairman Molba Molu. Even before that, there were some problems. But that is some of the reasons why Molba Molu is not in government. The information we have is that Molua wanted to go to the NSA first as director. They denied him. Molua wanted to go to the police. They denied him. And then they wanted to appoint him as deputy to Mary Bro at GSA. And he said, well, instead of that, let me go and take care of the party to be chairman. And because Nat Magio was appointed as Minister of State, they bypass their own constitution. Because in line of succession, when the chairman resigned, according to their own constitution, from what we are told, the vice chair for administration, who happens to be Gabla Williams, should have ascended to the chairmanship. But because what Molu wanted was not given to him, so to appease him, he requested for the chairmanship of the party, which they gave him. So from then on, firstly, there was no good relationship between Molu and Magio. One of the reasons why Molu did not get what he wanted in 2018. And then Molu also saw it as a stab in the back from my assessment, as a stab in the back for somebody who fought for their revolution, somebody who was in the vanguard and all those kind of things, and he was not considered. And so I don't know what may have happened along the way, but that relationship is not just there between the two of them. And so it is not strange to me that we are seeing these messages, and I feel Molu's pain. He's been trying at all costs to let President Weah know that he is a party man, he is a CDC man, but he has not been working. And as it stands in the CDC, particularly relating to this campaign, there are two sides of the divide. We see there. There is the Molba Molu side, and Molba Molu has some of the guys in the CDC, the top guys, and he has a huge grassroots support. And then you have the Eugene language side, which most of the other people considered the people that betrayed the CDC. They went and enjoyed the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, and when Ellen left power, the UP left power, they came back. Remember, Eugene Nangbe was Secretary General of the CDC, and he left in 2011 and joined the UP. In 2016, at the UP's convention in Banga, Eugene Nangbe was elected Secretary General. In September, 1 month or less leading to the election of 2017, September of 2017, Eugene Nangbe resigned as Secretary General of UP, didn't resign as member of UP, and started supporting President Weah. Now, the moment President Weah won, Eugene then became the guy again. And Molu then felt that, they were being marginalized, they were backstabbed, and it has transcended to that. It is happening now in this election. And I'm not sure Molu or even some of those seditions who've been working hard in the party are happy with what's going on. And Molu probably is the guy who can vent his anger internally or to some people, and I believe that's what happened.
And Mo, I
Can
think
I say?
Mo. I'll come to you, Fadiga, before we go to Dr. Richardson. Let me lay this very quick, Fadiga. Mo, I think you are quite correct. But our intention of doing this, my intention, is to help save Moba's Malu. Because we are saying it, at least we are open an avenue for Moba to understand. He can come to the United States if he wants. He has a visa. He does. But for us to go through this conversation, these text messages, and it's very, very scary.
But let me ask you something. What if, I'm just saying, what if? We've seen President Weah has taken to people from the Southeast. Even when you look at a campaign structure, the top people, the government, the top people, they're all from the Southeast. What if Molba Molu are from the Southeast? Because I've also learned that President Weah and this guy, Thomas Pala, they don't have a very good relationship. And the only reason why they accommodate Koji is because Koji is a very ruthless guy. And Koji holds many things and many secrets. He controls many things. I also understand that even Sir Joseph, they are not cool like that. Maybe because they are from Lofa and they call Joseph Baka uncle, or because they are not from the Southeast. Maybe if Stanton, who is from the Southeast, was chairman of the CDC, but now here we are, will be cool. You think so?
Well, you asked a good question, and 75% you are correct. President Weah is okay with folks from the Southeast. But when it comes to Modu, you know very well what happened between he and Malu. I have other text messages that explain the entire story to me. I'm not going to share it tonight. But you know very well what happened between he and Malu. Malu explained this in a text message. What I have in my possession, he explained it. Once given the go ahead, but those that gave me these messages, I will share it. Malu explained it. Malu got 3 cell phones. One would say personal, and the other one would say Malu, and the other one would have his daughter picture. That's his WhatsApp. If you guys ever talk to Malu. And folks around Malu know about only 2. I'm not doing this to bring Malu up. I'm doing this for folks to understand. They need to understand that Malu's life is in danger. When we discussed this thing last week, so CDC came and gave Malu some money. Malu texts this individual and say, okay, because of what you guys said on your show, the government not giving money my Powerball. He was kidding. But he sent a text last week. He said the government not giving money, so my Powerball, you continue talking about me. And sedition that listen to me, they know that Malu received money last week after our first episode of Malu. If Malu stayed there for money, that's his call. That's his own business, Prince. If he stayed there for money, it's up to him. But President Weah is not taking this for a joke. You know, if you are talking about tribal, individual, self-centered in America, they will say racist. That's President Weah. That's President Weah. President Weah will only keep you when you can give him. what you say about Sir Joseph is true. He doesn't like Sir Joseph. Should we jump into the Sir Joseph story? You really want me to bring it up? You really want me to bring Sir Joseph's story up? Yeah. He doesn't like Sir Joseph. Sir Joseph knows very well, so he doesn't go around the president, Mo Ali. Sir Joseph said he keep his distance. If things can change today, Sir Joseph remove CDC from behind him. I'm telling you why. Sir Joseph, right now, Joseph Boakai in the race. Sir Joseph prefer endorsing Joseph Boakai than standing with Josh Manawea. Folks will say, oh, Stanton, you're wrong. No, I know Sir Joseph. Right now, Sir Joseph prefers standing with Joseph Yima Boakai and putting Joseph Yima Boakai hand up than Josh Manawea. But let's leave Sir Joseph's story alone. I'm not going there with Sir Joseph because I promised not to discuss him. I told him, I said, what I know about you and what I have in my possession, I will not discuss you because you know why? We just build a relationship. I wish him well in his election.
I will discuss
No, if I mean saying not discussing, I am not bringing text message up between Sir Joseph and myself. I will not do that. That one is too. No, I can't do that. I respect Sir Joseph. But let's bring in Al Hussein, Dr. Richardson, and Prince Maxwell will take us home on this.
Yeah, just to buttress what more I kind of say what some of the things that I'm going to say about this Molu thing. Moluba is crying out for help, and that is what happens when you are in a court. This guy can't find anybody in this system to trust at the moment. He's reaching out. This is way of reaching out for help, but nobody is listening. And as he go out, people are putting all this message. And more, there will be more Moluba Molu as we draw closer to the election. I will see mass defection. You will see more people coming out towards different sides. But I don't feel sorry for Moluba Molu. They created this court organization. Honestly, I don't wish death upon him because death is something that I won't wish on my worst enemy. But I want them to realize what they have done to Liberia. That they cannot just destroy that country and dress this baboon and made it so dangerous to the point that we have extrajudicial killing, rampant corruption, everything. They don't even have no self-control. So honestly speaking, I don't feel sorry for the guy. I wish he could get out, but they cannot get out. This is a court. They cannot get out. Alone you go on that sycamore tree, you cannot get out. So they have to do it the sycamore tree way. I just pray that he survived. But next person in line, you will soon see Akaras Gray, Jefferson Koji. And I tell you this, and I will repeat it, I will go home with this on. There will be mass killing within that organization. They will go after people. Mark my words, say Al Hussein Fadiga said that on Spoon Talk. They will go after those people here that were in on it and know what they have done for the last 6 years. There are people that know how a Gifty Lama died. There are people that know how Matthew Innes died. There are people that know that how Baton Yeswa died. People that know. And as we get closer to them being kicked out of office, they will execute those people. Even Magill, your life is in danger. You know too much. We have seen this before. So it is sad, but we have seen it before. It will happen. Because they have to protect the Messiah. They have to keep the secret of the court. But one thing we need to pay attention to, vote. We will protect your vote. We want you to vote for Ambassador Boyka, but vote anything other than this government. Vote anything other than this government. And don't think that when you go to that poll, your vote will not be counted. We are doing everything both in and out of Liberia to protect your vote. So don't think that they will scare you, they will beat you, rain, shine, no snow in Liberia, but whatever it is that will prevent you, go to the polls. Young or you only have October 10 to get rid of this bad dream.
So
October 10 is your day.
Thank you very much, King Hassan. Thank you. Dr. Richardson?
based on the text that we read here, it is obvious that Malu is in turmoil, he's agonizing, he's in pain, he feels stuck, he feels let down, betrayed. All of those different characters or descriptions describe him. He is looking for a way out, but he's actually projecting his feelings of feeling betrayed, feeling let down onto Fatima. I mean, in the text, that's what he's doing. He's telling her, what kind of friend are you and what are you doing this for? Fame or money? It is interesting to see the parallel process because he supported George Weah. Why was he supporting George Weah all these years? For 6 unbroken years. Was it for fame or money? Just like he's asking Fatima, was it for fame or money? So, I share the same view of Fadiga. We agree on something today. Um, that I empathize with him because he's a human being. But I think I said this last week. They created George Weah. He created George Weah. He created this cult where he finds himself, unable to get out. He has bowed down to another human. He has, given parts of his own ambition up for another human being. So it's almost like he has to pay the price. Like Fatima rightfully responded to him and said, I love Liberia more than you. And that's what when people say that he's an institutionalist, he's an institution guy. I don't buy that because if he was an institution guy, he would be putting Liberia first. He would be putting the institutions such as the Constitution, the rule of law, the different agencies within the country that make up the institution of Liberia. He would be doing that. But he didn't do that. He was very, very faithful and loyal to George Weah for 6 years. Now I can understand for a year, he's loyal, okay. But for 6 years and nothing, the same thing keep happening over and over and over again. Like we remember during the first couple of years, we got the tape from Malu where he was talking and he said he was drunk and talking at the same time. I remember also the situation with, I believe it was the superintendent of Bunk County that was recorded. If he wasn't, he may have been involved in that situation as well. And now we are here. I pray that he finds peace and comfort. I pray that he continues to stop putting his displaced anger or feelings onto Fatima. And the only way is to escape, get out of the country. That's the only way for him right now.
Prinzo.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this. The saddest thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemy or your enemies. It comes from those you trust the most.
So I will interrupt you. Allow me to. Do you think that Moba Molu then betrayed the president? Trust? Then you can continue, please.
I think that it goes both ways because they both are operating in a political space where the veil of trust is as thin as a feather. So Moluba Malu right now is going through what I think Dr. Richardson, you can help me out call me out if I'm wrong about this. I believe that, in my opinion, Moluba Malu is going through delusion of grandeur withdrawal. Moluba Malu and the rest of the seditions within the CDC party have felt a superiority complex for a very, very long time. They've all felt a sense of importance for a very, very long time. They've all felt a need to feel a national responsibility for a long time. They've harbored a false sense of survival, that they are the survivor, they are the ones that are there to redeem Liberia, only to just realize the Liberian people are now rejecting them. So the house where they need to run to for cover, which is the house of George Weah, no longer opens its doors to embrace them. Like I said earlier on, and I remember when I brought this conversation up, people thought that I was talking about Eugene Nangwe. I remember Mo Ali was on the show that day, and Mo Ali just alluded to the very same analysis that I gave. The two factions, the Eugene faction and that of the Samuel 12 faction being backed by Molu. We see this now at foot. In everything Molu is saying, if you triangulate that, Molu is expressing the internal feelings of those he's also confining in within CDC, not just directly to Famata. We need to understand that, and we need to be very clear about what is happening. Now, Molu's life is not in danger yet. What is in danger is Molu's career. Molu's career is over. Molu's career, his political career, what he's built, his pride, his name, his identity on is over. And Molu's identity have been built on the image of George Weah's popularity. So if George Weah is no longer extending that image of popularity to Molu, Molu has nothing and has no purpose. So Molu right now is crying out to gain relevance by gaining his purpose back. So as the result, Molu long game, which is the institutional part of it, is gone, is out of the way, it no longer exists. The second thing there is that escape. Molu right now is not escaping physically, he is escaping mentally. He's trying to save the last that is remaining of his character, the name Molu, Moluba Molu, once upon a time, mighty man of CDC. The story of Molu appears.
But I understand all that, though, Prince. But my thing is that President Weah is president. Regardless.
It doesn't.
Regardless, this man is
Weah is going out the
chairman
door.
for the
President Weah is
party.
going out the door.
Okay, he will, but we understand for now. Why can't you, with the last few months that left, bring him in your circle program? Ask Mo Ali. The man is 6 feet away, and all this different attitude. You know, he brought Molu down to nothing.
Stanton, what is George Weah's philosophical engagement? George Weah's physical, psychological engagement is transactional. He operates on a transactional basis. Molu has nothing to offer George Weah at the moment. Absolutely nothing. So there is no transactional relationship between Molu and George Weah. There is no
tribalistic.
So
if you say it's transactional, I want to say this to you, and maybe I want us to move on to the other important story. But the thing about Molu is that it's not only Molu Mo Ali, it's the Jefferson Koji. You hardly see Thomas Fala around George Weah. You hardly see the Sir Joseph. Akaris Great gone. Jefferson Koji is in and out. He brought his 3 kids here in Minnesota. They live on Section 8. You know what Section 8 is? It's food stamp, government ration. They had to stand online for them to get a government card to go buy food. Jefferson Koji children, mother. We're going to go to that story later. But you imagine yourself, all these guys are at the distance away from President Weah. President Weah only dealing with Eugene Nangwe right now. Samuel 12 is bitterly angry for the fact that Eugene Nangwe is closer to the president. He doesn't like it. How you expect these people to win an election?
Well, Stanton, most people in abroad watched the Titanic. They all saw what happened in the last end of the Titanic. The captain had to remain on the ship while he was still sinking. So George Weah cannot go nowhere. The captain mate had to remain with him as well. So of course, Eugene Nangwe is not going to go nowhere.
If I a captain, I would take the lifeboat and leave. Seriously,
that's impossible.
No, it's not. I got to I will take a lifeboat and leave.
It's impossible.
But let's bring in Mo Ali. Mo Ali, let me go over before I come to you, Mo. I want to bring in Fadika on this story about. We talk about the National Transport Authority. We're done with the Molu story, folks. Write it down when we open the line for question that you can ask. We got 22 more minutes to go. At 6:30, 10:30 Liberian time, we're going to open the line for you to speak as a Liberian. You'll call in. Let me go to Al-Hussein. The story about this alleged Piso City gender minister Piso City Her children, her son is in problem. Her husband is in China. She have to come here 3, 4 times. It's rough. Her mom or her grandmom, Jefferson Koji, 3 children. I want Liberians to understand today, bring us up to speed. What's the story about Jefferson Koji children and Piso? And you got a picture of where they live in Minnesota, the home they live at in Minnesota. They got to be living on food stamp, which is government. They got to go and register their name. Or Piso City, as we learn, her son was just released from prison. A 17-year-old, we are not going to show his picture because with some attempted issue, I'm not going to go there because bring us up to speed. And let Liberian listen to what is happening in the home of Piso City Tag, Gender Minister.
Well, well, the news, based on what I've gathered from news circulating in Minnesota, I met her at the famous, how do you call that place, about 3 weeks ago. But in this news circulating around town that the little boy is in trouble. I do not know his name. I do not know much about.
Don't call his name if you do.
Yeah, I'm not going to call his name. Even if I knew, I'm not going to call his name. He's still a minor. They say he was charged with attempted murder. I'm still trying to get those information, but I'm not really concerned.
So there's an
about that.
allegation that her son was charged with attempted murder.
So according to the story, which honestly I haven't verified yet because I'm not really interested in it. But according to the story, is that this young gentleman has some guns that were used in previous murder, and they wanted to go in revenge on another friend that was shot.
So that's an allegation now because
there's an allegation.
Yes.
It's not the set in stone yet, so it's still going through the legal process. The most important one that I think is new water is the fact that Jefferson Koji is bringing his family here, and we are seeing ministers trying to bring the children out of the country. I think that is new water.
Is it bringing his family or his family is here already?
They are here already. They are here already.
How many kids? We are not calling the kids' name. I know you. I know you get a picture. We are not calling the kids' name because we will not do that.
I don't think we need
3 kids and who? His children, mom.
And the mom. They are at the house in well, everybody from Minnesota know where Piso live in Minnesota.
What's the area name again? Is that Hennepin? What's the area name?
It's Georgetown.
Georgetown.
Yeah, so everybody from Minnesota know where she lives. She's still at that place. But the cream of the crop here is that the fact that they are putting the children out of Liberia while leaving our children in that infested country. I think that is why Liberian people should be paying attention to. That they make our country uncomfortable for our young children. They are infuse drugs into them. With all the different things that are going on now, they got election violence and they want to turn our country upside down. They cannot make our country unsafe and then bring their children to safety here.
So let me bring in. We understand, but this is very important. And tomorrow, folks, I want you to join us. We'll be discussing Patrick Sudu and situation he found himself in. We'll be discussing it more. We do not have enough time to discuss Patrick Sudu, but you want to join us. Patrick Sudu, you know his position in the Liberian National Police. It's terrible information. We got pictures, video of Patrick Sudu. We'll be discussing him tomorrow. Mo Ali, hearing about the gender minister of Piso City Tie. This information that coming to us, minor children, we are not going to display. But she bringing Jefferson Koji. She brought in Jefferson Koji's children, Jefferson Koji, madam, children mom, and they are all, trying to get way to go to school and get them settled in. They are on food stamp. Food stamp is something that you cannot afford. You go to the local government social service offices around here. They gave you 200 or 300 every month. You use that to buy food. If you get 4 or 5 children, they give you more. If you do have a place to stay, fine. If you do not have a place to stay, then they give you what they call Section A. Section A is free housing. They will pay for it and they will monitor you. So our gender minister, Piso City Tie, The information we gathered since last night.
No, the horse is not in her name. I think it's in her mom's name.
So, but I
Because she already
understand.
qualified, yeah.
Yeah, but I understand. But imagine, gender minister, mom, children, living on American government Section A, begging for food and place to stay. Boy, Ali, what's happening with the George Manawea people, man?
So Stanton, normally I will not go into their privacy, but because like me, they are public figures, and whatever happens to us, the public discusses it. I am a living example, and many of you here, things that will happen supposed to be private, it will be all over in the newspapers and everywhere. And it's natural all over the world. When you are a public figure, you hold the position of public trust. And something of such happens in your family, the public will discuss it. So, for example, in the US, Joe Biden's son got in all kind of funny, shitty thing. It's been discussed all over the place. I'm laying the basis so nobody can say, oh, that the woman family thing you're discussing. That's why I'm laying this basis. We all private things are happening to all. It became public discussions. And so when your child, I can imagine if any of our political leaders in the opposition bloc where that one of their kids were involved in something, how it will be discussed. So nobody can expect when something is happening to Piso Sedita, her child or somebody, her son, they will keep it under the carpet, because these things have reflection on the public and have reflection on how they perform their duties in the respective positions they are in. Now, particularly her, she is a gender minister. And she's not going to be concentrated on work. It could be anybody. When your son or your daughter is involved in such a thing, you will not concentrate on work. You will not do the Liberian people work. You have to be running to America to go run after things. All that time, you still minister. And you still minister, we are still paying you. Meanwhile, we are paying you and you are not working. In other societies, when these kind of things happen, people will resign. Somebody will say, you know what? My child is involved in XYZ thing. I'm relinquishing my position to go look after my family. People know how to do that thing in Liberia, yeah. They will leave the job. They will go to the US. Those who are fortunate to get their children in the US, and they will leave us here. They will not do any work. She already been working. The gender ministry is as dead as most of the other ministries. Then her child get in trouble. You're not going to expect her to do any work. And the president does not have it in him to sack people who are close to him. He doesn't even have it in him to sack other people who far away from him. What more about those who are close to him? And so we will just be paying the woman free, and nothing is going to happen. She will eat our money, and she will be over there using state resources to hire a lawyer for her son and all other things. This is wrong. That's not how we run a society.
Thank you very much, Mo. Prince, the issue about this whole piece of thing, we got to tell the folks, because we got enough document to show, but because these kids are minor and I respect the privacy, I'm not going to do that. But the parents, the city mayor sending his children here, well, undocumented, piece of city time, son is getting in trouble. We pray that he's be okay, though. I know how it's a rough zone, it's a rough terrain. So I pray that he everything went fine. And information receiving Matthew Tab, priesthood husband, left, and he's frustrated because Johnson Koji children and wife just occupy the entire house. Piso is not there; he's in China. So these kind of different information that come out that Mafia had to go to China, and other issue is a burden on Piso head. There is no function at the Minister of Gender. You will not
Stanton,
find any.
Stanton, that's the reason why Dr. Muniba said a few days ago that do not give Liberia to fake people who pretend they love and care for Liberia. He said that because there are so many fake people that come and act like they care about Liberia. Let's imagine something. Let's dream. Let's hope for a moment. Let's go back to history. Each and every Liberian now listening to my voice, do remember that feeling in 1990 when they saw people leaving the country with their children. Liberians do remember that very, very well. When our war was getting tough, those Liberians that could afford packed up at the airport and fled the country. We also remember those Liberians that were going to the US Embassy to be airlifted out of the country. What do we see now? Under George Weah government, we see the same sentiment. We see the same carelessness. The same carelessness is associated with the passport proliferation and violation. It's the same carelessness we now see happening in the George Weah administration as it pertains to people running away because they don't want to be caught up. They're calling their family members. They are calling people and say, let me come to your house. Let me hang there until after the election, I'll bring my children back. If the people who should be providing the confidence for safety cannot provide the confidence for safety for Liberian people, then why are they in government in the first place? These people that are in government, from the cabinet all the way to the deputy minister, they all swore an oath to serve and to protect Liberia. So yes, I do agree with Fadiga. When Fadiga said we need to hold them accountable, we need to hold the people responsible, and we need to start making noise to the US Embassy that all of these people that have family members that are government officials, their family should not leave the country until after the election. Because it sends a clear message, and Dr. Moniba has said this also as well. It sends a clear message that we are in it to protect the election and to protect democracy and to protect stability. What is the guarantee that the George Weah administration is giving to Liberian people now? That no such chaos can happen when his ministers, deputy ministers, and able-bodied men are taking off their family and leaving the country in mass. What would the rural people do? Rural women and rural men, rural children, what would they do? They don't have access to airplanes and everywhere else. What would they do? And these are the people that Dr. Moniba continues to speak to and speak for and on behalf of, because they don't have the voice, they don't have the means, they don't have the economic means to escape at any point in time. The only thing that they have right now is the peace and stability Liberia has at this moment. And right now, the George Weah administration and people within the George Weah administration are jeopardizing our peace and stability based on the actions and deeds. Liberians out there know this. This is not a time to talk behind the curtain or whisper about it. No. Look at Modiba Molu situation. He's crying out for help. There is a chaos in the land. There is chaos in CDC, and that chaos will spread up into the streets of Monrovia, into the streets of Kakata, into the streets of Saniquile, into the street of Banjama. We need to be careful how we see the George Weah administration, how they operate, and we need to make sure when we go to the ballot box, we vote them out and put that the money back in, because we have to protect the sanctity of Liberia. This is not about whether we're trying to push or narrative. Things are happening, and they're happening in broad daylight. The carelessness, the nonchalant behavior of Liberia's secret document is being exposed to the international community. The safety of Liberia is being carelessly passed on, as if they said no Liberians are living in the country. Schools should be opening anytime from now. And these guys are injecting insecurity into the population consciousness.
Thank you
When
very
it should be
much,
calm.
Prince Maxwell. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, you want to weigh in, but before you do this, I like to say this though. You see, when we get on the program, Bo Ali, and sometimes we just can't cover all of our story because folks continue to tell us, Bo Ali, it will surprise you today. Let me go ahead and give Dr. Richardson a chance because we'll finish up on the national transport, the NTA thing that more I want to talk about. Uh, we always talk about it, but let me say this. In the meantime, I like personally to just digress. I like when my friend Pastor Raymond said, "Let me digress." So I like to digress to wish this beautiful lady, Dr. Alaric Toba Wef Annie M. Board, a happy birthday. I know you all guys say, "Oh, but Western don't also know." This is a good woman, a very nice woman. Dr. Alaric Toba, that's his wife. He's here with her in Arizona. Today is her birthday. Annie and Board, we want to say happy birthday and we'll talk to you. We'll call you to sing you that birthday song at the end of the program. But happy birthday, Madam Annie and Board. Now, having said that, I'd like to share this with you, everyone. Mo Ali, you want to talk to us about this one. This is big. Hope all is well. The person received information comes from NEC, right? Guys, let's read it. Let's read it. President George Mann, we have the document to this, and we'll be sharing it in a little while.
Let me
Liberians,
read it
our
for the
country.
public.
Read it, please, Mo. They will understand you better because you're Mo Ali. Read it. Read it in Madingo and in Fula and in Arabic also.
Okay, so the message here said, "Hope all is well. I received another info from a reliable source, an election commissioner at NEC, where has designated a close confidant, female in parentheses, to bribe key NEC commissioners 500,000 USD. The commissioners that have agreed have requested to have their families temporarily relocated to Ghana 3 weeks to the election. A personal friend of mine at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the expedition's request from the executive mansion to prepare official/diplomatic passports for several families believed to be immediate relatives of NEC commissioners. I'm told that this sinister plan is only between Eugene Nambe, I think that Edwin has seen that Edwin Snow.
That Edwin Snow, brother.
Yeah,
that Edwin Snow. So let me say this, and we can round this. I don't know who this young man in the corner here on my left hand side. I don't know him, but we'll see. Whatever, we'll get to him. You will introduce yourself. We will. But the reason why I bring in this, Mo, the reason why I bring in this, Mo, is very important. When we make mention of Edwin Snow and the ECOWAS region, that belt, right, and what is happening. This is to inform Liberians. If you know where those commissioners are, where they're living, their family, keep your eye open. As we get closer to the election, they will not be there. Right now, as I speak to you,
Ostenton, you only need
right
to
now,
look
as I speak to you,
into the 50 million budget, and you see all these things there.
And that's why I come too. But I can tell you, David Eto Brand Lasana, she has been relocated very close to the embassy. I'm not going to give you her location, but I would say very close to the embassy. She has been relocated. She sleeps very, very close to the embassy. When I ask why, it's because of the election fear. Guys, this is Liberia we are talking about. If a commissioner takes his children to Ghana, to Sierra Leone, to Ivory Coast, to Guinea, and say they're going there for school, ask why. Because there's something about to happen. You know, when you don't have your wife and your children and you're alone, you can check up. You can run away fast. You're alone. You got nothing to worry about. So the commissioners now, they begin to take the family. They begin to take the family across the border. While you staying out there, you think that, oh, the children go on vacation. No. The family will not come back home till after the election. hear us and hear us well. This thing we're talking about, the information that I receive, I will call this name because they want me to call this name. Folks, I'm telling you, I love my Liberian people. I will give them information. Then from there, we'll bring Fagon in. If anybody know about Edwin Debor, right? I will hold that name. There's a gentleman that worked with Edwin Snow. There's a gentleman that worked with Edwin Snow. The information, the allegation reaching us, as we gave you Patrick pseudo information tomorrow, we gave you that information. This thing about Liberian government want to bribe ECOWAS, some of ECOWAS members. It is scary. It is important to know, and we will reveal it to you without fear or favor. My own year. And they decide to call everybody around the world again about Stanton. I'm here, my people. I will be an election. What kind of election will go? You will still see me. And we'll give you this information because you deserve it. So I rest my case. If you know any of the commissioner and where they live, the day you see them, put all the children in the car, the wealth, and all the belongings, and say, we're just going for a vacation to Lofa. Don't believe it. They're going across the border. You see them 1 week, thing. 2 weeks, thing. And say, oh yeah, Spoon Talk said it. We are not saying go harm them. We're just informing you. When they take the lady, they will check off. Be wise. And now we'll go to the National Transit Authority and talk about Sir Joseph and all the many buses he brought in the country on that $3.2 million.
They have an
Before
issue.
we do that, yes, Dr. Richardson, can you speak? And we'll bring in Eugene Lamin Fagon.
I think that the people who are responsible for making Liberia unsafe, or who are responsible for contributing to poverty, who are responsible for corruption, who are responsible for breaking the rule of law, who are responsible for women who are raped, they shouldn't have the opportunity to leave the country and come and sit down here and benefit from the privilege that America offers to people. And even the privilege that Ghana might offer to anybody. So I agree with all of the panelists who said it is time for us Liberians to not only write the United States embassies or the State Department, but also ECOWAS, the regional heads, because if they're not coming to the United States, they go into the regional areas, the regional countries. So it saddens me that we have come to this place that we have to sort of report our own kind, because our own kind have let us down in our country. This should not be in a place to enjoy the privilege of another country, get the children out of the country while the other children sit there, our other family members sitting in the country and suffer. Why? What is this when they contributed to this problem? So I agree with the rest of the panelists. Let them stay in Liberia. The same action that the United States government took on Sierra Leone for tampering with the election, they should kind of come out with similar action where anybody who were involved in contributing to food insecurity, poverty, corruption, instability in our country, aka government officials, they should be targeted. They should be not allowed to leave the country. Perhaps not only after election, forever, because they shouldn't leave after election. They contribute to the mess that we have in our country. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Just for a side note, we'll be joined by John Ballot. Sorry to mispronounce his name. We'll be joined by him tomorrow. Senator Ballot will be our guest tomorrow. Again, we also like to say information reaching us. We'll be bringing in Jemima Wodokodi, who have endorsed Jose Yemabwaka leaving the CDC. Jemima Wodokodi left the CDC and cast of support to the Honorable Jose Yemabwaka. We'll also be bringing in Representative Koga from Nimba County. He will be speaking to us this week. We have a long list, but sometimes we break off because we need to have some serious information. Giving those information to our Liberian people is very important. So we just want to tell you, say thank you for joining us. We will bring in Eugene Lami Fagon. We'll talk about NTA, and then from there we'll go to the phone line. May God bless us all. May God keep us. And may God bless our nation.
Stanton,
Yes.
Stanton, let me request that when we're discussing the NTA, let's play that video.
Yes,
Because
we got it
that
ready,
video
sir.
sets the basis for the discussion.
Yes, we got it's ready, sir. So let's bring in Fagon.
Okay.
Honorable Fagon.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all. It's not my fault. I usually come late, so the part of the country that I'm in right now, my official time here says 5:30, and I know it's 6:30 on your end. So, but that's a poor excuse. Look at Dr. Francine looking at. Dr. Francine, I just got off a Zoom meeting to try to help the ANC, understand that we're in this together.
No one lie. ANC with no code.
Don't lie.
I'm trying to help the ANC, because Dr. Moniba, according to the board, let me see, has just passed them, by a couple of little stuff. Dr. Moniba is.
I mean, but before you say something, Dr. Moniba behaved very, very. I'm disappointed in Dr. Moniba. He called his people and said Joseph Yima Boaga should never ever have a campaign program at the Moniba property. I was shocked. For that reason, Joseph Yima Boaga had to relocate in District Number 9. The first area in which is also host the program, right there, it's owned by Moniba.
Let's be honest now. You won't be wicked to him or what? Because
no, I won't be wicked, but I'm shocked.
No,
I'm surprised.
Let me explain
no, this is not a joke. No, let Fagon. I beg you. And Mr. Dr. Moniba should. I beg you.
But first, Mo, that's true. I just want to hear
it's true. It's true.
So wait, let me explain it quickly. There is a field opposite KTC. It's called.
I ever lie before you ask the man that's true. You better move for here.
It's called the Nascimento Field. If you go on my Facebook page, you will see that we announced that the Unity Party was having a District 9 rally at that field. Today, we're all gathering there. I was on my way to the field around 1, and I said, let me just tap to the rescue center and see what's going on there before going to the field.
Cool.
And I met but first people started saying, they say the information forward that, Dr. Moniba booked the field, Dr. Moniba booked the field. Then when I went to the rescue center, I saw the Monserrado County chairman, and he said, we are serious embarrassment. I said, what? He said, Dr. Moniba, in fact, Dr. Moniba family owned the field, the property there, and he has told the people that he's contesting they should not allow us to use the place. So the chairman said, even after we have paid our money, everything, they have to refund the money. Now, people were already going there, so they say, we having it here at the rescue center. We have to hastily set the place. Some people that went there, they say, okay, we're going by again because it was late for us to change the announcement and tell the people that we are changing the venue.
Man.
But you think that Benson Papi on my mom? You know how many people called me today telling me that it was wrong? I have never from Dr. Moniba, man.
Property until
no. They want that people talk. You can't allow Prince to talk. Prince got to call Dr. Moniba to call into the show himself. Look,
no, but this is
and culture.
Yeah, go ahead. This is bad. I'm not trying to change the conversation, but this is bad.
My man, you know we like Brentport. If we're using it, we say you say finish clean it.
That's not true. That's not true.
Dr. Moniba, bro, and my man, call Dr. Moniba. Tell you say.
Don't call him man. Oh, my man, we ain't got no you, yeah, Prince Wade. Don't call him man.
Prince Wade. If you know what I know, you better. This is media. Call him. Say Dr. Moniba, explain your side. Because if we're not using it, we say you finish clean it. Yeah, Dr. Francine there.
The man said no. He gave direct instruction as I heard and received. That he does not want Joseph Yima Boaga. The only person can use that place is Cummings. Then I said, why Cummings?
He said because they come from America.
I don't, it's
gentlemen, y'all need to stop that proliferation of garbage politics here. Yeah, y'all stop that proliferation of garbage politics here. I beg you guys. No. I beg you. We're not be talking about Judge Yima Boaga tape. Now this kind of so much more thing we'll be talking about. We're not be talking about the Prince Johnson tape. That kind of garbage politics here. Big girl, yeah, you don't
A
start
beef
like
for
that.
you. Let me finish. Let me
A beef
finish.
for you too. A beef for you too. A beef for you too, Eugene.
A former
Let's talk.
mob.
No. But give Fagon his time. You better talk
A
too much. Give
beef for
Fagon
me.
his
A
time.
former mob.
Give Fagon his time. Begging you. Give
You
Fagon his
let
time, Prince.
MTV sit down and you drive the old man and his people. That the kind of thing bring it to our country.
Stop being inflammatory, man. Stop being inflammatory here. You don't know the story yourself. You don't know
The
the
man get no respect for older people.
I mean, let's discuss our NTA team back.
Y'all want to be
exactly. Come again, connect this and that. You're beyond being that garbage politics and work here.
No,
Don't get there doing it.
my point about that is that Moniba should have given clear instruction from the beginning of the campaign that look, I'm
I agree
contesting.
with you on that one.
Nobody should allow any presidential candidate to have any rally on my field.
That I
Simple
agree
as
with
that.
you.
But he didn't do it. We pay the money, everything. Only for the last
More the
hour.
people will say that you talking more let us talk.
I agree
More
with
let
you
us
more on
talk.
that
That is explaining
If-
me.
If
You bring-
they accept that
so that
money,
means-
and you are not clear, then you got
So
a
that
point.
means the day that our money by eating and I come that our money by when I say, oh, if I gonna let you,
Don't
you
make
will
it.
say, I
Don't
should
make
go
it.
sit down on the porch and finish eating.
I mean, please play our NTA.
I mean, you make a Prince now run
Let me
away.
finish,
But
man.
wait now.
Look
Yeah,
at
let
Prince
Fagon
run away.
finish. Prince run away. But Fagon,
Don't
I
get
beg you, let me say something. Fagon, I beg you before you finish.
Yeah, let me end. I'm
Before,
telling me end.
I beg you before you end.
That's our
You
money
know
back.
why? Let me just say this real quick. No. But I beg you now. You're give me my 2 seconds.
Empty for my fees.
I always admire Prince, right? But this one, Prince, I am totally discouraged. I do believe that the Tomova should clear the air. I also believe that it will be in your best interest. You apologize to the UP camp. You receive the money. You gave them the okay. Immediately, Dr. Moruba, I know you're texting Dr. Moruba now. Immediately, he received the information. You came back, and Dr. Moruba, the instruction came directly from him.
Hey, Nina Moluba, money. He left money back.
Yeah, Dr. Quay. The direction came directly from him that I do not want Unity Party program at my family's property.
That's not true. That's not true, Stanton. You're
You can say
speculating.
that's not true, but let me finish. I beg to finish, Prince. You know I do admire you on the show.
No, but you quoting as the man said it. That's how you heard it.
That's me now. But that's me.
The thing be for you, Prince. The thing to be for you.
You know, for the man that I admire so much, I'm encouraging the youth to get him ready for 2029. But I'm discouraged. I'm totally discouraged. You want to do family land thing? You want to do that my party and my man thing? Don't touch it. Is that where we're going now?
I sit here, I represent Dr. Moneyba. No,
let me
ask me a question.
My man,
No.
It's 18 minutes to 11.
Clarification. Let's clarify something.
Okay, I will give you time, Prince, but
Yeah,
I'm going to finish.
Let's
go ahead.
The first thing, Stanton, I'm let to get in church. I raise new son. That's why you see me. I just join you. You're feeling when the government official and are fleeing the country, or you're keeping it for another time?
No, but listen. We got one more in Maryland, Boniface Satu. He in Maryland sleeping. He laying down there. And you know, he called me. He want to appear on the show. I said, I'm gonna ask you for the road fund money. He said, hey, my picking, what you want to do to me? So
the man say he's not coming back until after election.
The man say he's not coming. The man right in Maryland. Boniface Satu, yeah. The man in Maryland said he's not coming back.
He said he's not coming back after election.
Yeah.
So you're on
the
your
man
own.
told me, Fagon, because you asked a question. Because you asked a question, let me say this. The man said Joel is the most unserious president he ever worked for. He told me. He said, President, but you don't want me to give all these people info. Man, let's move on, man. Let's talk about NTA. Let me leave benefits.
Okay, we coming to NTA. And we see, I'm seeing nothing for MTA, but let me tell you something. Not doctor. Milton TJ had to speak cool to Macaulay today in the place. And that cool man, but that particular cool, I honors to a Milton TJ say, why you spoiling our name? You too damn dull. Now what Milton TJ were talking in cool. How you will receive 39 buses and now only 15 working.
Let's
You
play the
got
video
2 point
first.
something million.
5.
No, Fagon, let's play the video first. So we can
Okay,
get
wait, let
some
me finish.
then
Okay,
we'll
you know
respond.
what happened? Say, all of you just chasing me from here. I will not go. I will just say something. Prince, they want what we're talking here.
Stanton.
No,
If Fagon speaks, I have to respond. We're not going to NTA conversation.
Okay.
They can speak now and then hold my candidate like for something wrong, then they go to NTA. That strategy not working. It's not working here today. If he speaks of my candidate, I have to respond.
Let's talk about NTA because
Guys, I beg you, guys, hold on 1 minute. Guys,
I
hold on 1 minute. Guys, I beg you,
will
guys.
not call your name.
God, listen. God, listen. God, I beg you.
Yeah, exactly. They want to defame him and then move on. No.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Hold on 1 minute.
I'm not calling your
Everybody,
name
please. I'm gonna mute everybody. Hold on 1 minute. Fagon will come to you 1 minute. We must hold on, Mo. Hold on 1 minute. Fagon, please speak because you just joining us. We must play this MTA video because it's a national security issue and it's important for the Liberian people. So if I'm going to speak, we'll give you another 1 minute. Then from there, we'll go to this conversation.
I'm not even calling a man, so he got no reason to respond. Let me speak directly to Dr. Muniba. You bring your funny thing from America where you be eating somebody you can't say, but can I eat? You will say, go sit down and read newspaper.
Yeah.
Football fees sitting down. Nothing on it. We want you say. He said nobody want you say. The high in the mansion, when we follow paper, we not even play basketball with you. That the kind of thing you bring from America. That American kind of life where if I call you, I'm gonna come to your house. And that's why you not do to all today. If we call you by telephone and we not in your book, you will not answer. That the money back. Let me warn you. I gave you some kind of talk before on the show. You didn't hear it. I said the traditional people say the reason why they didn't call you to Lofa to get you chair is because you were small boy to carry you. You don't know about the tradition. So they just let you pass in. What you did today to tell an old man and his people to leave from a field that you're not using, instead of saying, Papa, you say when you're finished, you're pretty clean it. You have broken our tradition. And I must warn you now. You are finished telling us now the day some all come to the mansion, you're well finished cooking. You will make us sit down on the porch, you eat your food, everything they clear the table. Then you come, gentlemen, what you say? Saying that in our tradition, you will run for high school president. Let me see how you will win for it. That did not require response or Stanton. We went straight to the tape.
Okay, no, Stanton, I cannot allow this. No, Stanton, I want to be on the show. I want to be on the show, and I don't want to appear rude. You're talking something about my candidate, I have to respond. The allegation, I have to respond to it.
I'm not talking to you.
No, it's clear.
No, guys.
I'm talking to my friend.
No, guys, listen.
I'm not talking to you.
But man, that only one person can moderate. I'm begging you guys, but Prince, you have the 1 minute to respond, Prince. Go ahead.
Thank you. First and foremost, let me just say this. Fagon, what you're saying is not true. They allow, Fagon. They won't allow. They want to be for your mom. Fagon, they want to be for you. The one you bring here, like people ain't believe it, Allah. You can't be putting fire on wet wood. You can't put fire on wet wood. I control myself. You can't put fire on wet wood. It will not catch. That's what you're trying to do. The second thing is this. The second thing is this.
Let the man finish. I beg you.
The first and foremost is this. The story you're talking about, it happened today. The people did not know. The people on the field did not know. When they told telephone, they called Tata Moniba. They said, oh, Tata Moniba, we have United Party people here. They said they won't use the fee. Tata Moniba said directly to them, give them the fee. Give them the fee. If you want to go to Cellcom to get a recording, then go there, go get a recording. You're hearing on the phone. Give them the feel. So that thing talking about that money come for America, you want to do the American thing, and you allow the poor man. You allow the poor man. You left from there. You're left from there. You're left from there. I will wait for you to bring it there. You're left.
NTA, then let's have it.
You're left from there. Don't do that thing there. Don't do that thing. Don't do that thing. Me, I compliment. Don't do that thing. Don't do it. Don't do it. The man call. The
program
man call. That's a lie. You're lying. You're lying, Marley. You lie. The man called and said, "Yo, use the fee. If your pride, yes, your pride, and may I win away."
Okay, thank you very much, Prince. Prince, thank you very much. Prince, thank you very much. Fagon, thank you very much. Mo Ali, thank you. Let's discuss the issue more. Raise the issue about the National Transport Authority. What is happening? I know you have videos. We are downloading the video. It's 11 minutes. Bear with us. But raise the issue more. Let's have the discussion, please.
The leadership or the management of the National Transit Authority, the Senate Committee on Transport, I think it's headed by Senator Darius Dillon or co-chaired by him or something. They invited them because there have been lots of complaints. We don't see NTA buses in the field this time. We don't see them in the streets. And last year, the government, in the 2022 budget, the Senate or the legislature approved $2,704,297. That was what was approved in the budget. Yep. And then you have there the fiscal year 2022 outturn. Now, those who know what they call outturn, the budget is there. And my understanding, what I've been taught from asking questions, when they say the outturn, that means it is the money that the Ministry of Finance has given to that particular entity. Yeah. What they said they gave to the entity in line 415 on page 376 in the budget, this year budget now, because the 2023 budget will capture what was expanded in 2022. They said they've given the NTA 2 million, or they gave the NTA in 2022 $2,104,297. They call NTA. The managing director was sitting there. Senator Dillon asked him. He said they now gave them money. Mm-hmm. Senator Dillon said, "My man, are you lying under oath? Because here is the budget, the 2023 approved budget. In this approved budget, this 2.1 something million is the fiscal outturn. And the fiscal outturn, somebody can prove me wrong. Maybe some of you have ideas on budget. I don't. But I know when they say outturn, it means that is what they gave them. Mm-hmm. They gave you 2.1 million. So who is lying? The man say they not receive that money. So where they just reported that they gave NTA that money. So the question here we want to discuss, who lied? What happened there? Did they divide the money between the management and Twitter and President Weah, or they gave the money to the NTA management and they did something with it, and they had a cahoots with Sir Joseph, and they packed the NTA buses and allowed Sir Joseph to bring a buses that is now running in place of the NTA, and they are using the NTA compound to pack his buses. That's where the buses sleep, or what? Gentlemen, lady, we all here need to discuss it to know what happened. Liberian poor money was given so that the public could benefit from a public transportation system. But nothing absolutely is MTA is dead. That's why I was insisting that we discuss this issue. Because these guys are collecting money from everywhere in the budget from public entity, including the LEC now, to fund their $50 million campaign. So when you watch the video, you will see that Senator Dillon actually cornered this guy, and every one of them that were sitting there, they didn't even know what they were saying. To be honest with you, they didn't know what they were saying. And it was so embarrassing that the guys probably didn't even know what was in the budget, or they knew, and they have this whole cahoot. That's why, Stanton, I even send you a screenshot of the budget line so that the public, those that are watching via Facebook and other social media pages, can look at it and see exactly what is there. While you're downloading the video, it's good to show that part of the budget so everybody can see it. Where Senator Dillon was quoting from directly.
So let's talk, because again, Nelson, if you are in studio, we're ready for the video. If it is downloaded, please, we got to play this video, Nelson. Let me go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, we watched the video, but we're going to share with our audience. Somebody lied. But the director came out and said, I have not received a dime. Will the director lie on the government?
Well, if the director said he didn't receive a dime, he did not receive a dime. He's the director. However, though, when I read the story in the paper, I believe Dillon did give them a week. So maybe if he's lying, he has a week to come up with a report. Dillon wanted to know the performance of the NTA buses, how much income they brought in based on what I read. Secondly, this guy McCullough, who's in charge of the NTA, he actually terminated a contract that was with the University of Liberia to now reestablish a contract with Sir Joseph, which, as I stated earlier, it is a conflict of interest. What if something happens relating to transportation in Liberia and Sir Joseph is in the legislature? How is he going to, be a part of this discussion? What is he going to vote for? Is he going to favor his own company, his own bus driver over the interests of Liberian people? So those are the questions. Yes, what happened to that $1 million or whatever it is? We need to know.
Yes, I can put it on the screen. Let people see it.
Yeah, because we need to know. Somebody needs to answer this, and I don't believe. If the manager says he didn't receive that money, McCullough says he did not receive the money. If he did not receive the money, then we really need to ask questions about it.
Well, give me a little chance. We're going to put it up. Let's go to Prince. Prince, let's talk about this issue real quick.
Scandal. It just cannot stop coming and coming. I thank you so much, Moali, for bringing up this story. I thank you so much for bringing up. You and I, we do agree on this. This is corruption at the highest level, period. We do agree. This is the misplace of public trust at the highest level. The raping of Liberia in a broad daylight. That's what you're watching. We're watching here today. How else can we talk about the misapplication of resources and the complete negligence and carelessness of the George Weah administration towards Liberian people? More Ali try to talk about this thing in a very nice way. Bring all the numbers and all the kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. The simple thing is, the other man said he did not receive the money. This thing was budgeted for. Mm-hmm. They passed the budget. Why the men did not get the money? Why they put into the physical buses?
Yeah.
It's just that simple. Moali,
So,
you just fail to Liberian people.
Prince, one thing quickly. The 2023 budget reported that on the fiscal outturn line, that 2.1 million was given to NTA.
Yes.
But the managing director said we not see
I receive the money. So where the money go?
And so,
where the money go? You don't know where the money go.
And the reason why I'm more inclined to believe McCullough. Remember, I think it was Senator Sokwe who brought in the issue of the 45 buses, and they're from India, and they have no comment, no trace of those buses. What happened to those buses? There was a specific stipulation that the Indian government gave Liberia government and said, you guys have to take care of these buses. You have to maintain them every 3 years. XYZ needs to be done with them. Liberian government did not do any of that. So if we didn't take care of something that was donated to us, what makes us think that we'll be able to be responsible enough to to give $2.1 million to use it for this intended purpose. We will not do that. They will not
All
do
right,
it.
so guys, let's do this real quick. As you can see, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Public Works, National Transit Authority. That's exactly where we want to find ourselves. NTA, the budget line 2021 budget fiscal year. You see that 945,000. 2022 $2.7 million. 2022 there we go, $2.1 million outturn. Mo, am I correct? Or am I missing something?
That's it.
Okay.
So you see here, this is what was budgeted for, 2,704,297. What the fiscal year 2022 outturn, it means that is what the Ministry of Finance gave the people. Out of 2.7 million, they gave them 2.1 million. But the 2.1 million, what Ministry of Finance say we gave, the managing director say we're not getting money. So you see here, you come down to line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. National Transit Authority. You see that? The man said they're not getting that money. He not getting it.
From 2001, the money been increasing and the main man getting the money. Now the most important one is 2.1 million getting.
Fagon, because the tape get a few more seconds with download it. This is embarrassing. I remember the story about the road fund. I remember the story about ledges. All these stories, everything, every day. George Manuel, we are begging the people to give him another 6 years. But imagine, George Manuel, we have put this money in the budget and collect them at the end of the day. That's exactly what we're saying. How can the NTA director say, I do not? I know nothing about this money. Now, guys, let's put this in perspective. Who running NTA from the Senate? Sir Joseph. That's where all his buses are. All his buses. They are parked there. He using the NTA drivers. The NTA paying Sir Joseph, the drivers that drive Sir Joseph buses, they pay him, not Sir Joseph. How can you be more than corrupt? So when I say it's not yet to discuss Sir Joseph, not that I will not discuss him, but that's true. I know Sir Joseph drivers for those yellow Kilo B buses, NTA paying them. That's the same driver that driving those buses. Sir Joseph parked his buses in the NTA yard, but NTA buses all broken down. So the man was tired. Let me see if James is Nelson ready for this clip. Come on, Nelson, you got to hurry up. The man was very, very, very tired. At the end of the day, honorable, yeah, before I go to Fagon, you want to say something?
The former finance minister just defined outturn. He said outturn is actual expenditure made in line with budgetary appropriation. So the outturn is the actual expenditure that NTA made. But NTA say they not get that money. So how did they make that expensive? That question to answer there. So.
But yeah, Bob, so Mo, before I bring in Fagon and Jerome, what more the Liberian people want us to tell them? The government steal the money every day. Senator know exactly what he's doing. If you look on the budget allocated for transportation with the $50 million from CDC campaign team, $3.7 million for transportation. It's a revolving door. But Fagon, talk to us, man.
God got pleasure. But y'all got your thing on the screen. I know that me get it there or y'all get it there or something like that.
If people don't want to see your face, just talk to us, bro.
Yeah, they really want to see my face, not yours. You know I'm a handsome guy.
Everybody don't want to see your face.
I'm a handsome guy. I got my mouth in fence. Your mouth not in fence. What you say about me? But okay, on a much more serious note, sometimes we joke about these things because we're confident.
I beg you, I gotta show this thing. Sorry to interrupt you, but I beg you. These are the Indian buses that were just donated, though. They are packed. This thing, you won't see them. Go to the Zone 6. Zone 6 police depot in Broadway.
Stand to the bus and not packed. They are not scrapped.
Okay, well, you can do anything. There are
They're now
many of them.
scraps buses.
Sir Joseph asked the people to take it from the NTA compound
Wow.
and scrap them because of his yellow kilo B buses need to be packed. My Liberian people, this is a very, very serious thing. The Indian people gave this thing to Liberia free.
Yeah.
Freely. And here we misuse it. They enrich themselves and they go dump it somewhere. But if I going to talk to us, I will give you more.
Thank you very much. When these buses were donated in December of 2019, I was the Deputy Minister for Press and Public Affairs. I think I sent you something. I don't know what I got to you. The total number of buses donated, myself counting them physically, were 45. And that was what I took note of, and that was what I confirmed to the world. Under oath, many of you may not know why the managing director said he received only 39. And they asked him for the other 6, and he started mumbling about the other 6. I think most saw that tip. He said, no, we got 39, and the other 6. The reason why he argued about the other 6 is, President, we are at a meeting of all just sitting, not a formal meeting or just talking. He said, the people gave 6 of those buses. Today, we don't know where those 6 buses went. But the total number of buses were, and I repeat, 45.
Wait. We hear you right, Fagon. Sometimes you like to joke. Can you, I beg you, can you again explain what you just said? President Weah took 6 buses for himself.
He took 6 buses, and he decided he was going to give it to who he wanted to give it to. This is from the Liberian Broadcasting Corporation, one of those clips I will send you or so. I still got them on the stuff. They're brand new. The buses have Wi-Fi connectivity on it.
Yeah.
I promoted those buses by sitting in there and driving with teams of journalists, about 60 of them. The buses are built to carry about 60, but we said we're going to take 70 with their loads. I was surprised to understand. There it is. I was surprised for the NTA managing director to say that he only received 39 buses. So they asked him, out of the 39, how many of them working right now? He said 15. Correct me or more if I'm wrong. He said only 15. They asked about the other ones. He said they're not in working condition. When asked what he did with his 2.1 million, he said he did not receive it. He said the highest they have ever received from the Ministry of Finance has been 300,000. So they asked him, the monies that were being made from those buses, what happened to them? Because of the monies that you're getting from the finance ministry, the little bit of it goes towards salaries. Only very few go toward maintenance. So what's happening? The guy could not explain. He did not know even the act that created the stuff. He did not even know his own salary. He did not even know what his benefits were. At some point, the message, Pipi Jen, he got to go Pipi. They had to I'm not joking, they had to let him go Pipi. When they got with the deputy either did not know how much he made. The deputy did not even know what gross, G-R-O-S-S. The video in there, he said, oh, my gross. They said, no, it's not gross. They had to correct him. And Commander Wissa had to come in to say, guys.
I beg you, Fagon, we got a video ready. I know you want to explain. We got part of the video because it's very long. We cut it.
I just want you to take from me that it was 45 buses.
We got it.
He said he only received 39.
So President John Weah took 6.
In fact, on one occasion, if anybody wants to correct me, he took a bus to, how you call it, school in Maryland, the university, the Tubman University. He get in one of the buses. And I think he another group of people won, and the other 4 there, Mawa.
Thank you very much, Fagon. Again, our president must serve himself first. He must eat before the Liberian people eat. Nelson, please, play the first clip, please.
Efficient transport throughout the country. It's not something where you say, I will use this for you to be able to contribute to what the budget or whatever.
No,
Mr.
Managing Director, asking you whether you make contribution.
The too low.
Mr. Managing Director, he said out of 39, was it you only got 15
You
running?
got only
The
15
other 24
running.
down.
The other 24
That's why he's
down.
asking you.
Say you've been running the buses the time all were running. You're only using the proceed therefrom for operational costs without planning to procure new buses on your own. Question.
We're using it, like I told you, we get in a year, all along the period of the year, we get for fuel, for operation and lubricants, the highest we ever gotten was, I think, 300,000.
Okay, hold it there.
Yeah.
Hold it there, Mr. MD. You said under the 2023 fiscal budget, you have not received a dime.
Yeah.
Under the 2022 fiscal budget, did you receive a dime?
Yeah, but I think the budget was 180,000 or so.
We don't want to pass the budget.
Yeah.
Under the budget, when it says fiscal upturn, it means the thing that was projected, it was realized and delivered. I have the budget here, the national budget, 2023 national budget, which also has recording of the fiscal upturn for 2022. Here why it says, in 2022, this legislature passed 2,100,000 for MTA.
I disagree.
You disagree with the national budget?
But that's what we got.
No, that's what you got. That's what we appropriate for you.
That's what we got.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking from the national budget.
Yeah.
Not drafted, printed, approved.
James Paulson. Hey, it's going to be sweet, guys. James, put this down. James, put this down. Nelson, put it down, please. Thank you. Right there. Right there. We shouldn't even push anything. The message, honorable senator, I disagree. They don't say we put this in the budget for you, for your entity. Set 2.1 million United States dollars. The man said, honorable senator, I disagree. Liberian people, you're listening to right now story. No if and no but. Let me ask the guys on set. Mo Ali, you got only 30 seconds. Give it your best shot.
There's my best shot in one sentence. Number one, this guy does not know what the NTA has in the budget. Number two, I doubt if he was even at the defense of that budget. Number three, I doubt if he had ever sat down to look in that budget. And so, whatever they give, they just took it. He even cares. He even cares about taking a salary, period.
Thank you, Prince Maxwell. Give it your best shot. Prince.
Oh, you
Prince.
know, I disagree.
1, 2, 3. Give it your best shot, Prince.
Rampant corruption at the highest level, disgrace, ignorance, rotting to the core. Liberia need change.
And change must come now. Thank you. Your 30 seconds. Gibson, it's good to have you. Gibson, sorry you came late. We cannot go back. The summer is almost over. We got to move on. You just heard Didon saying, we put it in the budget. The man said, I don't know. Give me your best shot. Don't Liberian people hear you tonight, Gibson. You're muted, Gibson. You're muted.
First and foremost, this guy is protecting the government. He's protecting Samuel Tuer and the president. Before a budget line is projected into the budget, draft budget, institutions and government parastatals are asked to send their budget lines, and they are submitted to the Ministry of Finance. and the final ministry transcribed them into the draft budget. So he knows what he projected. He knows exactly what he projected. And he received 300,000. He is unable to say they did not give up $2.1 million. They gave up 300,000, and that's what I received. That's why he's fought so hard. That he's protecting Samuel Twe, he's protecting the government. He does not want to admit the facts. And also, I think Prince had a point. There's so much ignorance. He is not prepared. He came unprepared to the hearing. So he was not able to provide details. Simple question they put asking. Simple question. You say you make some money from this bosses, yes. You say you pay some salary. So how much of the money you pay with salary and how much of this that the government is paying with salary?
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, can you help us?
Incompetent, sad, no feelings for the Liberian people. And it bothers me a lot. And I hope the Liberian people are listening and watching very keenly to know that these people who they have in charge of our money or in charge of making their lives better, they don't care. They don't care. He's unprepared. He sat there saying he didn't know this, he didn't know that. But I won't be surprised, Jeru, if he didn't even prepare a budget. If you're incompetent, you would just accept what they say they would give you.
Thank you very much, Fagon.
Well, Stanton, you said give it your best shot. The that it will see so. I for ignorance, A for arrogance, I for ineptitude. Let's just give the Spomochon the example. Ignorance. Every year they talk about budget, and you are a managing director of your entity. And then you don't even know what in the budget for you. Because I agree with Mo. If that man knew 2.1 million in the budget, you gain 300,000, you would not bear G for you to gain something more. He had no idea. He's clueless. Arrogance. When you don't know something and people trying to help you, you want to let you know. Causing Milton Teje to break the horse rules and speak cool to him. I'm a man, you dog, you spoiling our name. Because at the end of the day, as managing director, hear your title. People pay money on those buses. And you can hear the frustration. Out of 39 buses, if you say only 15 is roadworthy, it means the bottom 20 something or whatsoever is small. How you manage it? No, wait, the ignorance, the ineptitude. All the guys that were sitting over there, they didn't know anything about the act that created the entity. They never knew their own salary. You see that Francis, she listened to it. They never knew even what they were getting for fuel, their scratch card, nothing. They were completely inept. And that particular man redundant all the people that were that seditions at that NTA. That today, yes, Dr. Francis, you know about the story. He owes them money. And he wept the money. He wept the place dry.
Thank you. Thank you.
The NTA, one night, more y'all listen to this. One night, Liberian Jack we heard that the NTA went down to Arches. All the money and the
whole administrative building.
Wow.
Only the administrative buildings.
Went down to Arches.
All the documents
about NTA is finished. They burned it.
So these are the reason why we are having the show, and these are the reason why folks follow us. They join us. Let's play another part of this because we have to go, or we can keep it for tomorrow. Now we have cut it. We have downloaded them.
No, let's play it. People want to listen. Let's play it.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Nelson.
The reason I ask you is because I don't want to believe that we are putting all this money in NTA and you are on oath to say you are not receiving it. And in the budget, the president and his minister of finance are reporting to us that you're receiving the money because they generated it. And you are on oath. In the national budget, 2022, we appropriated 2.1 million for NTA. And the fiscal auditor says NTA received 2.1 million. In this fiscal budget, this
You know why? I beg you guys, they keep some for tomorrow. You know another thing that is seriously happening here, Mo? Maybe you want us to talk about it. What about the NSA? As per the 2023, it should be $9 million. But up to present is 36 million because you cannot audit the NSA. 9 million, then you talk about 27 million added to it. That where all job we are chopping at. All job we are chopping. On paper, they say 9 million. The rest of it are story, 36 million. And so let's ask Liberian to know. We'll take 10 calls, folks, because it's 7:19. We'll take 10 calls. Nelson, can you come on?
I hear
By
that
the way,
the
just so y'all know,
military junta from Gabon said Joe never call there to ask for money again. So
guys,
like
by the way, we have information on why the LEC token system went down. We have incredible information. We tell the public.
Let's keep that for tomorrow because I can tell you that I got that information.
The new military.
And we also want to say, let's get back on track, guys. We also want to say the president is preparing to leave with all his many 62 men and women to travel to the UNGA, but information reaching us, they didn't give them all visa. The American government said no to some of them, most of them. Again, President Weah caught his straight shot from Buchanan. He didn't go to Riverside because he's not feeling well. Actually, he was exhausted. Folks in giving us information, the president was exhausted. He's mad at this passport saga that is happening. And he asked Kamaya, why you guys still selling passport? And Kamaya said, but I gave you some of the money, Chief. The one I gave you last week was the passport money. So the issue here is that it's very important to know. They refuse. We have the list of those that they gave visa to and the list of those that were denied visa. And we will call their names. Some very important people were denied visa. They will not be coming on the UNGA. Okay? This is the Spoon Talk where we receive information for free. Let's go to the phone line, take 10 calls, and then we'll do our closing.
Okay, folks, the numbers to call are 0777-771075, or you can also call 0555-101075, and you'll be live tonight on the program. We take our first call. Hello.
Good morning. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
The voice of the district coordinator, and I call you from my GV this evening.
Go ahead.
And let me say thanks to you for the show. Thanks to Stanton and thanks to my own ANC sister on the show. Stanton, let me just start with a little bit. Let me inform the Liberian people tonight. I'll also inform George Solo that we are doing recruitment from both the Unity Party, the ANC, and other political parties for that. Don't try it radish when we are standing back. We want to hear from the people in the social and we want to be back and parcels of it. But you know, it is disheartening, and I'm encouraging that Liberians cannot.
Can you wrap up, sir? Can you wrap up? Can you wrap up?
Yes. To conclude, the issue of the buses, even some of us are leaving here to go to Kakata. To go to Monrovia to school. It is only this charge.
Thank you.
The day the bus not come, you have to go 300, 350,
Thank you.
in other places. It is disheartening thing for the show.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Yeah, my name is Eltones Nimbo, and I call from the Rescue Center.
Go ahead, Anthony. Let's hear you. Go ahead quickly, sir.
All right, I've been following the show. You see, these are some of the things that we talk about. So I want to appreciate our spokesperson for our campaign in person of Mo Ali.
Okay.
You see, these are some of the things. They are the representation of these people who are put in the government.
Thank you. Thank you very
much. Many people have been appointed here. They don't know the function and they don't really understand the proceedings about those positions they have taken. That's why we are back on the journey that we put the rescue mission, that all Liberians will be rescued through the top on the road.
Thank you very much. Let's do you there. Let's do you there. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, good evening and good morning. This is Jerry Yip. I call from South Korea.
Jerry, go ahead.
Sana was asking, why, this one. Wia is the leader of him. So anything that happening, you saw Macaulay, all of them were looking at each other when we say they, what would say, and all of that. So it's just a form of, all of the reckless corruption that then happened. But that is the reason why we should vote for JMD, because it's an integrity act.
Thank you.
Not stolen, and all these things will be brought to light.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go you there and take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Christopher calling from Corner Street.
Go ahead quickly, sir.
Just a recommendation, I'd like to make a spoon for the entire world and let people listen to it. I would like for the spoon network to
There's an echo.
show.
There's an echo in your background.
Yeah, I would like for the spoon network to repeat the show in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, I like that. I like that. Please repeat it in the morning. He's right. We'll do that. That's a good suggestion.
Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
Yeah, my name is Omokoma. I call you from Jacob.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a father listener to this show. But to let news really broke me down. That is the reason why I decided to call. I mean, we are concerned with that because the MTA buses, we could not see any of them. Only families about the fly on the street. So it is concerning to us.
Okay.
Now we really need to, let go we are go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Mukhtar Esco.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell the Spoon Talk thank you, and comes October 10, 2023, we will re-elect Honorable Judge Weah back.
Your line
the
is
man scared. The man scared to talk. When I caught you all, tell your own.
I want to tell the Spoon Talk thanks for the radiant topic, and comes October 10. Take John again from there to put administration back into power.
Okay. Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Please go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
My name is Summer Fergus. I join you from the Old Beat Prescribe, besides Cape Town home zone.
Go ahead, sir.
Stanton, let me say a house out to you guys. And let me say a house out to Eugene Falcon in studio there. Look, you people, we don't have anything to give you. But we ask God to bless you guys because you are exposing a lot of things to the Liberian people. This is why Liberian people need to retrospect and know that JMP is the next president of the Republic of Liberia.
Thank you.
Because the corruption in this country have gone to the higher peak. We are suffering, Liberia are dying. Where are we heading to?
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much, Nelson. I think we reached 10, right? Is that 10? Is that 10, Nelson? 8? Take the last 2 then.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The brother I'm calling, but my line was breaking. I said this was covered on Corner Street.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a recommendation because we try to relay stations in the morning through our internet. We are use in the morning to our friends to listen. We're going to have a chance to type. I apologize and appeal to the station that at least in the morning.
Tell you say yes. Start in the morning, we'll listen to it. Yes. Yes.
Your point went across. All right.
Yes. We'll be repeating this program.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. Calling from the
Okay, Sandomo, go ahead.
About concerns about the issue. And number 2, the issue of regulation, the equal involvement. Please don't keep a name. Let us name and shame the people. If there is no involved, taking money to equal to go now with them, so that when the regulation, equal will come up with a position statement, let us know so we can expose them.
Thank you.
So we can fight them now. And each election commission receiving money. So they're taking their family out of the country. These are things which we highlighting. I care less about that the Moluba stopping you people from using our fee. where you going, you can know where to go. So I'm not worried about it. But the main issue is the security of our election.
Thank you.
Our election.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we are done with 10 calls.
Thank you very much, Nelson. It's good to have you again. Thank you for all you do for the late night politics on Spoon. We'll be looking forward to seeing you guys tonight and having a wonderful program from your end. Thank you very much. So, guys, let's wrap this thing up. Let's close. Let's wrap this thing up. I will be the first. I am discouraged. I'm disappointed, Prince. Looking at 45 bosses. 45. President Weah took 6 for himself. He gave the Liberian people 39. The president alone took 6 and gave the people of 5.2 million 39. I want Liberians to hear this and must sink in their head. The president said, I will eat first, and then I will make you eat last. He took 6. And Samuel told him, they're clapping for him. Baku, you strong. And he gave the Liberian people 39. Such wickedness. What are you doing with 6? You get a whole convoy. You can do anything. What you doing with the little 45 buses the Indian government first served for Liberia and gave them? And at the end of the day, look at this one. Broke down. You send to Zone 6 in Broadville. It's parking right there. I will send a journalist then. Nelson, you should go there and do a live video from there and try to get in that old bus. Be careful, snake shouldn't bite you. But imagine now, and Sir Joseph replaced those buses with his own KLB yellow school buses. He replaced them. He's not paying his driver. How can our leaders be so wicked? Then Sir Joseph wants us to believe that he did something good for the people of Monserrado. He reduced the prices down to 150. How can our leader be so wicked? And now today we are saying the man say, I see no money, or they don't. Senator, they don't see no money. They only gave her 300,000 all of 2.1 million others. It's not only NTA. Transport Ministry. We'll discuss it later. President Weah have his own personal company that they brought in at the Transport Ministry, making the driver lesson and everything. Every year, President Weah walk away with 9 million United States dollars. 9 million, I got document to show. And we'll discuss that again. Those of you that know Transport Ministry, when they start doing this driver lesson and all this other little stuff, the company is owned by President Weah through another individual. Look at Subway. Subway came, President Weah said that my brother, he get part of the company. Now they want to turn it over to Asada Mita, and he walking away with 17.5 million United States dollars. Today I was speaking to someone, they say, you sure President Weah want to run again? The man he's a multimillionaire. He's rich. He exploited our country. If President Weah sent for the money, sent Carrasco to collect the money off Fina, and if a director doesn't give him the money, that's a serious issue. Carrasco did that with Betwawe at Freeport. He used to go every Friday, Thursday evening. Take tons of money. How can we suffer our own people, man? Why should we suffer our own people? When will we realize that change must come, and it must come now? Everybody running up and down with the family members coming to America to hide themselves, to hide their money. Every one of them. Joseph Koji's children in Minnesota begging for bread. When I saw his children picture, I said, no, we're not going to show his children picture. When I saw his children mother picture, I don't know whether they stay together, I said, no. Please make sure she brought them here on session A. I wish them well, but why can't we wish our fellow Liberian well? Why should we do this all of the time? Why? So for my next 30 seconds, I will speak to you, Liberian. Be wise. Think twice. You need to enjoy the fruit of the land. You need to enjoy Liberia. And today, we see Samuel Jackson posting that he's angry. If a leader does not listen, he's doomed to fail. That now you will tell President George Weah I want Samuel Jackson. That now we will tell President George Manuel Weah that he's not listening and he's doomed to fail and he's going to fail. Seriously? You have 6 years to tell President George Manuel Weah. Why are you telling him now? You say he's your cousin. And every political leader, president, and leaders are your cousin. You're more than Uncle Pete from 15 counties. But you are telling President Weah now that he does not listen, so he's doomed to fail. You are telling Samuel Tua he hate advice, so he's doomed to fail. Hey, Uncle Sam Jackson, isn't it too late? You have all the time in the world to talk to the president, to speak to Samuel Tua, but you say, I do not want to dial it back as Matthew, so I will not fight for the Liberian people. But September 5th, 35 more days to election. Are you changing now? My fellow Liberians, I go home to say, pray for Moba Malu. His life is at stake, his life is in danger. Please pray for him. Please hear him. Remember him in your prayer. Though he worked with the president, he served as chairman, and he stays serving as chairman, but he's a Liberian. He needs a way out. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our children because they have started school. May God guide them. May God impart wisdom upon them. Whatever you may be in this world, your children starting school this week, let God give them wisdom. Let God keep them through. And may God open the eyes of our fellow Liberian. Happy birthday to my dear sister. May God bless her. This is Alari Tugba. Enjoy your birthday in Arizona and be safe. All right. Mo Ali, you want to go before Dr. Richardson?
Yes, I want to. You know, this NTA thing is very, very disheartening. And Sir Joseph has done so much to hurt the NTA and to send it into oblivion. When we're in early, we will say, we bury you face down, making restoration difficult for you, because when they bury you face down, you got to fly hard to turn around in the grave, lay down on your back before you can resurrect. Sir Joseph has done so many things. UL had a contract with NTA. So students that commute to Fendel, they had a contract with NTA. The students will pay 20 Liberian dollars then, so that the NTA bus will carry them to UL and back. And that was around $18,000 contract a month that NTA used to generate from the UL. Guess what happened? Sir Joseph harassed the NTA and UL people, and they took the contract from NTA and gave it to Sir Joseph Bus Company. Today, the UL students are paying more than $50 and that they killed Sir Joseph Kilobin Ball. Now, those who outside, you know what they call Kilobin. They have those bosses in the US, they call school bus, the big one. So it's Sir Joseph Bus Company that now has a contract to take the students to and from the US. He also did something else. Maybe there are a few more NTA buses that are still running, but they run outside of Monserrado. Because Sir Joseph wanted only his buses to be running in Monserrado. He wanted to have that exclusive right. And so that was granted to him again. This is wrong. Mr. Sir Joseph, been knowing you for a very long time, since 1992, from refugee camp. When people pass around, they say, oh, they made an Ebola hero, they made that dates, they made that. He didn't do these things with a pure humanitarian heart or mind. It was with a political motive. It was because he wanted to reap from the people. And let me tell you something, that not only boss things Sir Joseph doing. Sir Joseph also has trucks that he rents to the companies, to Bear Mountain, to Western Cluster, to what the place name, to Metal Steel. After he has taken the NTA out of business. Sir Joseph and Thomas Falla, they also get road construction company. And Public Works is giving them road construction contracts. As we speak, they have contracts to mend some of the roads in Lofa. They now eat the money and the roads are impassable. Tomorrow they will go for cross road. They say, some of us will say, are doing it on my own, from my own pocket. This is why the NTA is dead, gone, kaput, finished. Nothing there again. And it will take a serious-minded government to resurrect that institution. Like Eugene Fagon said, they corrupted there so much. One day they gathered, they burned the whole administration building because they were keeping the document. So even you go audit, nothing there to audit. They will say, oh, that when by the time you have a document, they say a bon. So that the managing director will go sit down in front of the Senate, and he even know what's in budget for him, because they're giving him some, and Mr. Tue then was just taking the other one and reserving a 2.1 million. You say you get only 180,000. No, yeah, 300,000. This year, what they put there for them, he said they didn't get penny yet. But next year, we see that they've expended everything. This is sad. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, you go?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say a happy birthday to two of my good friends, Marjorie Duncan Fuller. Her birthday is coming up in September.
Marjorie, you really lucky.
And also Unapologetic Eva. You also know her, Fagon. They are Virgo sisters. The birthday actually Unapologetic Eva birthday celebration is coming up, and I'm looking forward to that. So this whole month we are going to celebrate both of my friends, Marjorie Duncan Fuller and Unapologetic Eva. I want to start speaking about Sir Joseph as how Mo Ali ended. All of his dealings, his business dealings, Mo Ali, as you said, is wrong because he came in the name of humanitarian, and yet it is, we see that he's making profit off the Liberian people. He's undermining contracts that were given to the LU system only to make money. Sir Joseph, I don't.
What's going on?
I'm hearing Falcon. I don't blame Sir Joseph. I blame his boss, the president of the country. If any of us were in such situation, you will call your insubordinate to your office and question them and ask them what is going on. How come you're making so much money? How come you're involved in so much contract? Do you see that you're undermining the Liberian people? Do you see that you're not working in the interest of the Liberian people? But that is not happening. So Sir Joseph feels like he can just go ahead and do all of these undercutting of the government. And this is why when you elect a competent leader like Mr. Alexander Cummings, you will get a competent government. He will be a hands-on government, someone who's involved in the operation of the government. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the people who are in this government that have contributed to our country being unsafe, to have contributed to our insecurity problems in the country, that have contributed to corruption, that have contributed to our unstable economy, that have contributed to poverty, that have contributed to raping our young girls, that have contributed to our children, our young girls not getting a decent education. They shouldn't be allowed to bring their own children and their families to the United States or to Ghana. They should not be enjoying the privilege of getting up in the morning and going to decent schools, having a decent hospital, while my brother, my cousin, my sisters, my friends in Liberia suffer. They are at the risk of dying just from things like malaria or typhoid or diabetes. So I believe that every Liberian, if you love our country, you should get involved. In this country, thank God, we have the ability to reach out to our representatives and senators. And also, if we can, get in contact with these regional embassies, because they are not just coming here. We heard today that they are also going to Ghana and who knows, Sierra Leone and other places. We just read a text, and I'm sure we're going to follow up on that. So Liberians, October 10th, you want to vote for someone who's actively involved in the operation of government, and that is Mr. Cummings. You want to vote for someone who's going to promote the rule of law. That is Mr. Cummings. He already finished promising Liberians that he's not even going to hire any of his family members in the government. He does not need the Liberian people money. He does not need to steal from Liberia. When I hear 520 million in B Mountain, 2.1 million NTA contract, 17 million stowaway money going to President Weah. Do you know how much money by this time, how much our country can be developed? Do you know the highways that we could have had? Do you know the good schools, the good hospitals that we could have had in our country if the money was appropriated effectively? And this is what Mr. Cummings wants to do. He wants to be financially responsible to the Liberian people. He wants to create opportunities, job opportunities, opportunities to increase our revenue, opportunities that will make Liberia up to par with the rest of the other countries in our region. He wants to respect the Liberian people. He wants to work in the interest of the Liberian people. He's not going to sign concession agreement with us coming to you guys first. Today, I heard they have public hearing on the MDA agreements, especially the B Mountain agreement. Did they speak to the public about it? In fact, they're going to do the whole Blue Mountain negotiation as well. In the papers, the people of the communities that are involved with Blue Mountain, they are rebelling because nobody asked them, nobody got their consent. Mr. Cummings is going to go around and speak to the Liberian people because he knows that as a leader, he's creating a partnership with the Liberian people. He's not going to delegate his responsibilities to other people. And lastly, I want to tell you guys, many of you who are on this show tonight listening, when we come here to dedicate our time, it's because our love for our country. Every one of us here, we don't share the same views. In fact, in as much as Mo and Fagon are probably will say they're from the same Unity Party, they differ in their views. And this is the beauty of Spoon, because we can support the diversity of views. If you come here and you mislead and you do not inform the Liberian people the correct information and you do not preference it as it is your opinion, every one of us have the right to check you. because the goal of being here is to provide Liberian people information. So when you come here, and those of you who, for some reason, you have internalized sexism or you are engaged in sexism, you are used to marginalizing women. So yeah, you can come here and curse me and tell me I'm rude, I'm emotional. You know what? I like being emotional. I'm a woman. I should be, anytime any male or anybody tell me that, I appreciate that. Especially about something that I care for about Liberia. I will be emotional about Liberia, and I think you should be, because our country is on the decline. And yes, in the beginning of this show, it was rough being a woman on this show, the only woman. And there were times I didn't get the opportunity to speak, but we have grown. I have grown to accept the behavior of men, because of course, I've never seen such a thing like this before. And they have grown to accept the behavior of a woman. And you see how far we've come on this show, every one of us. And I'm sure Mr. Falcon can attest to this, because he has a videotape of my early days here on this show. And so when you come here and tell me how you think I'm rude and I'm emotional, think about your own sexism, how you have internalized sexism. And on that note, gentlemen, I want to thank you for working with me. I want to thank you for listening to me as I listen to you. And Moali, I want to thank you as well, because they were saying I bully you on the show, or you bully me. Garage door opening now.
Deadly that one. I will turn it off. No, my garage door. What you want to do it?
Well, thank you. So at that note, I'm going to say thank you very much, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. And this is a really tough job, guys. You do not want to lose any one of us. Please accept the message, though you are on the other side. But we are all Liberians. We just need to say that which is right. Let me bring in Prince Maxwell from Leno. Prince O.
Whew, today was a very fast one. To my Liberian people.
And before you continue, they say they're sending another person on Spoon Talk. You guys will too.
Yes.
You know who is it?
Don't worry, we'll provide a name to you. Lloyd Scott will provide a name to you on that.
I received the information today. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We'll operate administratively, so don't worry, you'll get information as possible.
Okay. So you're jealous of Fagon and Mo Ali and Mambi and Gibson.
So we just left Fagon. We just left Fagon, that's all.
All right,
but here it is. Here it is. Today I want to speak to a special group of people in Liberia. A special group of people in Liberia. To our old moms, our market old moms, the old moms are selling in the market. The old moms that made Liberia possible. The old moms who cook palm butter on Sundays for their grandchildren to make sure they take care of them. To the old moms who raising us, that you are one to today. To the beautiful young women of Liberia, strong, willful, beautiful, intelligent young women of Liberia. I want to talk to you today. Whether you're living in Nima County, whether you're living in Lofa County, whether you're living in Maryland County, whether you're in Grand Bassa, Monrovia, everywhere, I want to talk to you today. Y'all see the thing that happening in Liberia. Now y'all born us, the men there, y'all won't born us. So that's what I want to talk to you today. Y'all see the things that are happening in Liberia. Every day you see it. Your children are going through hard time. They can't get no opportunity. They can't get job. They can't bring pride to you. To the young girls, you're growing up. The men that you're supposed to get married to, that the one that broke today, they still doing when better day will come. That LU better day thing passed long time ago when we were taking pay for 12 years straight. Every month, 7 were taking pay. Now John will bring 2 years back. He now bring better day will come. that you are talking to. So, Dr. Moniba has come and he has said the message to you every day that the people do not have time for you, they just want to use your vote. We saw what happened in 2017. Joe Wiaka, we were all very, very happy and jumping up and down. He lied to us. He lied to your children. He lied to your boyfriend. He lied to your husband. He said you are bringing change. Change for hope, hope for change, wherever he say. And you see today, he put in 22 million, 2.1 million in the budget and it disappeared. And that means say, oh, go to the Senate. They were there. They were talking. This very man he appointed, say he know where the money go. The money disappear. That money that should have paid some of your husband and some of your boyfriend and some of your son that are working to that NTA place, that money should have taken care of some of their salary. It disappeared. Dr. Moniba told you before that the reason why he's talking about generational fight is because this is some of the reason why you need to fight. And you need to fight with your votes. Because they are taking away the independence, the pride and dignity of your son, and the pride and dignity of your boyfriend, and the pride and dignity of your husband. Let me talk about the passport bill too, because a small thing I'm talking here today. The one document that your son and your husband is supposed to get to travel with, to look big and important around the world. And the one job we are in Sametua government, in Abu Katakata Bene Bian. They don't do Kuku Jumuku business inside. Not only that, a few years ago, the American people say, job we are, they doing the people passport is not good. You need to stop it. He stay. He hear her. He stop it. He corrected people who doing all the baba thing. He stop it. Today, I'm speaking my simple English. Tell me, I'll bring me rare. He stop it here. He stay continue it. They want part number 2. They don't get west. It's chakla. Let me tell you statistics. Let me give you most more information on your passport. Some BB people, they come together, they put all the passport in the world. They say Liberia passport in the world, in the entire world, it rank 91 place out of 107 in the entire world. So it means our passport in Pupu Plantoon place. Our passport in Pupu Plantoon place. You know, another thing again, they get something called visa-free country where we can go to. We can pay visa, we can get any visa. Since Jowia become president, your Jowia, it been reducing now. Now only 51 country now we can go to. Only 51. It used to be plenty, but now it's not reduced because the other countries are scared of our passport now. They don't want to go there anymore because too much DB daba been in our passport. That problem right there. Let's come to the issue of Sir Joseph. Sir Joseph, Ebola man. Hey, not spoil me, oh, bonus spoil me. Hey God, the men are
that flagon friend.
My woman and my girl, all yes, my girl there. The men are the boss, the men doing profit business now. The men attend to NGO, the men doing profit business. Dr. Francine said, she said, undercutting public services. Let me break it down for you. They get LU boss, the men go to the big people in the government and say, that money not buff when I can get the boss, they'll give me the money. Samuel Tua said, no problem, we'll get the money. That's Samuel Tua again. You know that I mean, lying to your children. Eh? He can't pay your son when you go to work. He can't pay your daughters when you go to work. That the man I'm talking about. That's Samuel Tua man. The man who can be lying every day. That man, that particular man I'm talking about. I ain't talking so. The man lied to the Senate, he gave people 2.1 million. The man I'm talking about. The man that what is his name? or Abraham did not get cash because he was lying that the men are talking about. The man working for Joe Weir that he are talking about, yeah, that man that said infernal ministry that he are talking about. He don't do DB Daba with his friends. That the thing are happening in the country. So your children suffering. Today on the show we say all the government family people that in Liberia right now, they shouldn't travel, they shouldn't leave the country for the election. They shouldn't put up to the family to go anywhere. They must stay behind. Because when they stay behind, they will be scared. They'll not do nothing bad in the country. So we're begging all the embassy in the country, including the American embassy. They will not get their family visa. They will not go nowhere. Everybody must stay in the country until after the election finish.
Thank you.
So your son and children will be saying, one more.
Eva.
Seriously, lastly, let me come back to the whole thing here that I go wait now.
You're not in the league, you're talking too long.
Yeah, we know. Wait now. Let's come out to the Fagon business today. Oh man, I can make a small language little bit. Yeah, we see. No problem. We see all of that. You can't stop me from talking. Oh man, I can make a small language quick. Let me talk to Fagon. My brother here, Mo Ali.
Well, I put a picture down so we can
Well,
see.
I don't know what why you put a picture up for? Put a picture down.
I put a picture down.
So,
Okay, put it
my
back.
people, you're it here now, right? We know that Mo Ali and Eugene were lying. We know that one day. We know that they were just trying to spoil money by that the money by need on the show. We know. We know that the money by respect old people. So if Eugene want cry say, the man respect, they respect the old man that died, that's not true. Dr. Moneyba made it absolutely clear. He called, he said, you gave the people the feel. Because United Party people there, they full of pride. They let them beating. We don't want, we don't want to beat people here. They said they must go. They left from there. And not Dr. Moneyba. That the money had nothing to do with that. But I like the fact that Eugene brought it up because Eugene wants transparency. Right? Where I coming now, I coming.
Prince, we gotta go now. Prince back.
The people want transparency. So I'm giving them transparency. So Eugene, the people want transparency, we're giving them transparency. I agree with you, the people went there. But the way you narrated the story to the people, then the way it happened, yeah? That the money did not do that. You know that the money better than that. Yeah. So let's see that story there. Some people you don't listen to the mail.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prince. Whew. I hope Mama can take you to call you back to Liberia, recall you from the diplomatic mission you're on, that you can go fight for him in Liberia.
I'm not on a diplomatic mission, man. I'm living my life. I'm not on a diplomatic mission. I left 5 years ago.
Gibson, can you go ahead while we read this text message from Uncle Sam Jackson? The man's
I like that text to be read because Sam Jackson and we argue behind the scene, and he quit the cuss. We argue behind the scene about George Weah, and I told him, saying, you cannot be the one who told us that you went to Liberia to meet with George Weah. He didn't meet you, and you turned against George Weah and spoke all the evil things, and now you are saying that he's your cousin. He is the best person. I don't understand Sam Jackson. I don't know whether he want a job or what he's trying to do to sugarcoat stuff. But this particular one really is late. This particular text is late. When did you know that a leader cannot listen? When did you know that a friend cannot listen? So it is very, very late.
The message, Joe, on the record, I called Uncle Sam Jackson today. A lot of folks were sending me the text message, and I spoke to him. Again, I respect him. But I think he's now acting like the real Sam Jackson we know. He have no faith in George Manawia anymore. He said George Manawia, the word he used, I cannot use. He said George Manawia is very stubborn. That's the best way I would put it. And he said these things from 3 different angles, Gibson. A friend who doesn't take advice is not to be trusted. A leader who doesn't listen is doomed to fail. A friend who doesn't provide advice is not a friend. Then I asked him, I said, who are you referring to, Uncle Sam? Then he said, you. Then I said, no, seriously. who are you referring to? And you know what? I will reserve what he said, but he directly sent a shout out to Sametwe and to George Weah. And Liberian people see through this message. But I don't know whether opposition will very, very welcome Sam Jackson, Uncle Sam back in the camp. I don't know whether they will welcome him because those are sending the messages saying they cannot trust him. So maybe we'll hear from Mo Adi later on this. Go ahead, Gibson.
Thank you very much. And I want to say thanks, even though I've been very busy today, but I still came and you let me on. Thank you very much for understanding my situation.
But that's not my show. That's your show. Where you let you on.
I was too busy today, all over the place. But look, first of all, I want to assure the Liberian people that Councillor Gonglo is a family man. He's a family man. He is one person who respects family, and responsibility begins with family.
Like, can I ask you a question? Saying you made Gonglo back, and you sorry, Moadi. I know you were coming.
The current 20 years ago. Go ahead.
The current woman Councillor Gonglo has. That's the woman he been with for almost 30 years.
Councillor Gonglo, why he been married for almost 30 years?
The current one, the current lady.
Yes.
This one right now, 30 years
with her. What I know.
No. Let me hold you on the record. I want to hold you on the record because this is
what I know.
But don't wait. Let me ask you a question. Good Liberians are listening. The current woman Councillor Gonglo with right now, running as president, that woman will be first lady. He been with this woman for 30 years.
That's
is that what you're telling us?
I know he been married to nearly 30 years.
Okay, guys, I want you to keep that, and then we'll discuss it tomorrow. Thank you, Gibson.
What matters is he's married, and he got a family, and he's going into the executive mansion with a decent family.
What's the lady name? What's the lady name?
Hey, my man, don't bother me about.
How you go ask about Prince Maxwell Kennedy?
What's
the lady name? What's her name?
Are you asking me about Prince Maxwell Kennedy?
Okay, sorry, go ahead. So I just asked him. Go ahead.
You talking about hey Kennedy? You're not asking questions. I'm talking about my
the woman that you're talking about for almost 30 years. Is that her name? Evelyn? Is that her? I'm asking you.
Oh man, let me make a statement. You are the
you see, Prince, the man is bypassing the conversation, Prince. You know, this thing I can go around and come around. That podcast of Gonglo also too now.
You see, you're not try your look everywhere. Nothing that he 30-year marriage you want to come go into. That's fine. The point is he's married. I'm just telling the Liberian people, be rest assured that he's not carrying any concubines in the executive mansion. But what I want to say here is more important also is that the things we see today, happening with George Weah, they are calculated. The things we see happening with Samuel Tuer is calculated. Everything we see happening, especially coming from the issue of the NTA mismanagement or likely mismanagement of government entrusted properties. You have 45 buses, you received 39. George Weah commandeered 6 of them, and out of the 39, only 15 are functional. Out of the 15 are functional, you are not being able to add one more bus. One more bus. So just add one more. Even though the buses are running, the buses are bringing revenue, and part of that revenue, the government is paying your salary. You said more than 1 million of that amount of the budget, it goes to salary. But you still claim that the money you receive from the running of the buses, you also have to pay salary. I don't get it there. I don't understand how the government will pay an entire salary, administrative cost, and you come back and say you run the bus and pay another additional salary for in-house employee. Who are called in-house employee? Are these people who you added on without the awareness? I mean, without the knowledge of the government? Are these people who are just bringing from the CDC and parting them over? Maybe 2-3 pro CDC come here and you're putting on payroll. What is that extra in-house employee? I don't understand, but this is calculated. There's money that the people put in the budget. I believe in my thinking, the money they put in our budget for those institutions that don't have special affinity with George Weah, they tell them, say, look, we'll give you 300,000, but we'll put 1 million there. And the other one will go to other costs. And they will take that money and divert it to something else. And I believe some of that money is going into individual pockets, including people like Samuel Tuer or even President Weah himself, which is making them rich overnight. It is unfortunate. Corruption has continued to engulf this government. Not just corruption. You know, when we say corruption is so big, graft, taking the money and eating it without any remorse. Embezzlement, they gave you money instead of you spending it for government purposes to better the institution in which you find yourself. That money, you use it for your own self. So these things are the ones that are hurting this government. And I believe that Council of Government, the Council of Government has a panacea. He is one person. First of all, our leaders cannot be greedy. When your leader is greedy and he is selfish, you are bound to have this kind of thing because they only think about themselves. And we don't want people in the White House, in the executive mansion. Yeah, wait, I see you laughing. You want to say something? I can pause.
No, finish. You almost done, finish. Fagon, I don't like this Gibson guy. Fagon, you see, this is spoon talk. You can't do that. We got to go home. Respect your Councilor Gonglo. But the woman Councilor Gonglo have right now, he have not been with that woman for 30 years. Our brother Gibson Jeru, people want to trust him, believe him. But Prince, this is outrageous. This is wickedness in propaganda. This is wickedness for our news editor. The woman Councilor Gonglo with right now, her name is Sony. I know her.
Yeah.
She's 5 minutes away from me, and where she used to live. I know her entire family.
Okay.
They've been together for a little over 3 years.
How does it matter?
How can he tell me that this woman been with Councilor Gonglo for 30 years? And I have asked him over and over, and he's saying, but yet instead, he's saying that Dr. Moluba will not have the executive mansion with a girlfriend or fiance first class. And we know that.
You are just hyping up the situation for
nothing. No, man, but you didn't treat the other right.
That's what I know. That's what I know. I said that's what I know.
I know Ente Sony. She know me very well. I know her very well.
Okay.
She lived in Burlington. She lived in Burlington for the rest of her life. I know her son. I know the entire family. You cannot tell me anything about her.
So what does it mean? What does it mean if the man is married?
You told a fake news to the Liberian people that he been married for 30 years. And that's wrong. You got to play.
Councilor Gonglo has been married to his wife for 30 years, almost 30 years. That's what I know.
And I asked you, this current woman, you said yes.
I said, that's what I know. That's what I said.
And I asked you, this current woman, you said yes.
That's what I know.
Come on, man. How can you be representing Councilor Gonglo and you're telling us for 30 years he been with a woman that we know, that I know about Ente Sony, I know about Ente Sony, then you want to tell me about that?
It's better than
please help your brother, man. Help your brother with propaganda,
I'll finish.
Help your brother with propaganda, yeah, man.
Taking concubines in the executive mansion. It's better than taking a bunch of girlfriends in the executive mansion.
Respect your Councilor Gonglo, but I will not say on this show that you gave false news. Respect your Councilor Gonglo, I will not say that you gave false news. I know Ente Sony Mami Kolako. I know her. I know Ente Sony. I know her children. I know her family. I know her. Yes.
Actually, you knew before she came to America.
What are you talking about? We agree for the past 20 years.
That made progress.
Go ahead, man. Honorable Fagon, go ahead.
No, don't run away. They took know her before she came to America. Do you know who she was married to before she came to America?
Brother, I'm not going into the woman history because the reason why I call her Ente, because of how we call her. I'm not saying anything more because you lied to the people and say the man married for 30 years.
I'm not asking any information.
Tewan Gonglo left, her name was Evelyn. Don't tell me that I don't know Tewan Gonglo.
No, you don't know Tewan Gonglo. No, you don't know.
The woman that Tewan Gonglo left. No, that's the issue. You beat on Dr. Moluba in this place, telling Dr. Moluba say he will care fiance in chief. But you sit down there, you cannot defend your own candidate.
Anyway, you say Councilor Gonglo is still married.
Talk to us, man.
Anyway, you say Councilor Gonglo is still married, and you're talking about that. You talk Clarence Moluba name, so I'm going to call it because you call it. even though Councillor Gonglo is still married, Clarence is still going to be thinking about carrying
I beg you,
confidential.
go ahead, Eugene, go ahead.
You just want me to say more about Clarence? I don't want to go there, but
anyways,
you keep calling Clarence name, but here's the thing. Let me end my statement in 2 seconds, in 10 seconds. Look, the thing, the crux of the matter is who is capable of running the government, who is capable of making independent decisions, who is capable, who will not be relying on other people to run their shift, where their government to take decision on their behalf. Since they are not able to run the government, other people are being brought in to run with the responsibilities that they have. Councillor Gonglo is not waiting for a vice president to run his government. He will do his job. But those who cannot do the job, do not let them take power, because they will not.
Thank you, Gibson. Go ahead, Fago. This man can never be Gonglo information minister. He will sink the ship. Go ahead, Fago.
Well, thank you, Stanton. And let me be professional here tonight, knowing that we are even more than double digits, that His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai today caused traffic in the capital to the point where senators, managing directors, ministers had to ride motorbikes to go to their homes. Some of them, if you want me,
traffic rules. Those are some of the things we need to discourage.
I'm making a man close, and you finish closing.
No.
And you finish closing. No, but you finish closing. You finish closing. No, we gotta go. No, you can't come later. Can't start another conversation. We gotta go. No, let him finish. I will give you 10 seconds. Let him finish. Fagon, please go ahead.
Wants to be
Fagon, please go ahead. We'll come back to Eugene, to this guy.
And so today, Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai and his Unity Party and collaborative political parties stormed the District 9 and District 10 areas. And today, everybody in the government knew exactly who the next president would be. You and I had the privilege, Stanton, of watching Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai on the screen today. And there was something that puzzled you. The number of armed bodyguards from the government, never seen in the history. A lot of ERU, PSU, a lot of EPS officers. And so people concluded that I think President Weah now understands that indeed the next president will be Joseph Numa Boakai. There was a complete lockdown of the city. Ministers, managing directors, everybody were walking today. One person in particular I took note of was the senator from River G, Jonathan Boy Charles Sibwe. Senator Sibwe had to remove his coat, walk a long distance, left his car at the gas station, ended up riding a motorbike to go home. Several other senators, ministers, managing directors had to do the same. Cars were not moving. The human traffic was so much. I'd like to warn the campaign team and send a shout out to Madam Yombli Kanga Lawrence for a job well done. But I would like to warn the campaign team that the people of Bapolu, Bombing, Cape Mount, and other areas, especially the first-time voters, have not gotten a true glimpse of Honorable Joseph Boakai. My team and my drones on the ground have reported that the people, especially in Bapolu, are not working hard. They're not reaching out to the Bel-Air area and other areas. I want the team to take note of that.
Can you take the cell phone and call your team? What we need to hear about it?
So, having said that, my man, at my closing, I would like to send a shout out to Mrs. Annie Boyles Tupa, the wife of Alaric Tupa, Professor Alaric Tupa, the man who came and Dr. Francine looked at him and said, "Oh, wow. A genius."
But as a matter of fact, real quick, he will be joining us tomorrow. He promised to join the Spoon Talk tomorrow. So well, again,
if Dr. Francine got anything to do, she will leave it and listen to him. Truly, she says he's a master of Liberian politics, which is a good thing. We'd like to send a shout out to her and say happy birthday to her. Stanton, I would like to inform all persons that are supporters of Unity Party. I think right there, Prince, you can know now who the next president of the country is. You can see how he's heavily guarded, thanks to our partners in the United States government. we are told that they intervened with the government and told the government, as it looks right now, he could be the next president and he needs to be properly protected and guided. And so you can see the amount of securities that is now protecting the incoming president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Noma Boakai. And you can see a photo now trending on social media. Everybody who wants to support His Excellency, this is the photo we want you to now put on your profile picture of this astute statesman who's now going to be your next president. I like to say also, when it comes to why we think he should be elected, this man started as a janitor at CWA. He was brought down. He went to school like any other suffering child. He worked his way. He was able to take care of Charlene Brumskin's mom and made her go to school in order to be able to take care of Charlene Brumskin. It's not us that say so. The janitor left from being janitor to a registrar, from being registrar to an office assistant, all the way to a managing director, a minister, to a vice president. He worked his way through the chain. So again, it's 42 years of public service, over 30 years of official duties at various levels. When it comes to the issue of the NTA bus, look, man, the man burnt all the documents. And Stanton, what I want to tell you, if you make the announcement tonight and say, somebody please send me Herbie Macaulay house picture and the video of Herbie Macaulay's house. Herbie Macaulay's house, the biggest house in the whole of the country, and the most beautiful. Even George Weah, Moniba, Kumis, nobody else can be compared to Herbie Macaulay's house. I'm confirming that for you, and I challenge anybody. If it's not true, I will resign from the network. Nobody house in the country can be compared to Herbie Macaulay's house. Now, I will say this when it comes to Dr. Moniba. I'm not saying somebody said. Prince said, I'm quoting Prince, when the people call Dr. Moniba and say the Unity Party people are here to use the fee, Dr. Moniba said, let them go ahead and use the field. My problem with that, if the people under the voice of Dr. Moniba who are supposed to obey him cannot obey him, then who are we to even listen to him? He told the people, let the people use the field. But they ended up giving the people their money back. Why are you showing? You see? Anyway, we'll wait. Okay.
No, I need getting attention to tell who this is.
No, the Muna team from there.
I don't know her.
But you don't know nobody. You can't talk yet.
Can't talk yet.
You can't talk. You not even know the people say talking for. Now, at the end of the day, I just want to say to Dr. Moniba, I will always say to you,
You're forcing me to know the woman.
I mean, please block that, man. Let me end my closing, man. I hope and I pray, and I will continue to say the same thing I said to Kumis. Your pathway to the presidency is through Joseph Boakai. If you lose this opportunity, you will never, ever see the Liberian presidency again. I am saying repeatedly, and I have said, Dr. Moniba is one of the best young brains that we've put up in our country. And if he does not get the 2% in this presidential race, he should forget about his ambition to become president. He will not even come close because of tradition and culture. Last but not the least, I'm saying to every Liberian people in the last 1 minute, in this last 1 minute, if you agree that Joshua, who was booed in Bomi, Kedma, and Bapolu, he cannot win those 3 counties. Those 3 counties, according to NEC, have got 200,000 votes. If you agree that because Joseph Boakai is from Lofa and Jeremiah Kun is from Nimba, and he did not treat the people of Bon County fair, he did not do anything for them. Bon County, Lofa, and Nimba County account for 718,000 votes. That brings us numerically to about 900,000 votes. That 900,000 votes, Pole SI is for 6 counties. Now, we'll go to the other 3 counties. If you say Joshua cannot win Monserrato, and he cannot win Magibi, and he cannot win Basso. I will argue with you, we don't know where we are. But Magibi, Basso, and Monserrato account for 1,244,000 votes. So, if George Weah cannot win convincingly the 9 counties, the other 6 counties are Maryland, Grand Cru, Sino, River G, River Cess, and Grand Basso counties, usually referred to as the southeastern counties. They are 6. And I am putting my neck on the line. All 6 of the counties account for 307,000 votes, 100, period. It means that Nima County alone got more people than the 6 counties in the southeast. I am submitting to you tonight that George Weah will not win Grand Jide. George Weah will not win Sino. George Weah will not win Riverses, Maryland. George Weah will not win River G. But even if we were to fight in the 6 counties for the Southeast, the Southeast has 307,000 votes. So please, these elections are over. Let us begin to celebrate. And that is why whenever they say bad things to us, today they caught 2 persons. You can ask the journalists then. They caught 2 persons with long knives, cutlasses in the crowd. They escorted them out peacefully without harming them. We are saying, go to your Facebook page, take the picture of Joseph Numa Boakai with the cap that says, "We agree." That "we agree" means plenty things. We agree not to fight war. We agree not to be violent. We agree to change them peacefully. We agree to put them on trial. We agree to be one people, one country, one destiny, and we agree that we will think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia. And we are in agreement when we say we agree that the next president of the Republic of Liberia is none other than His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai. I respectfully submit.
Thank you. Something is striking. I know we are leaving. Nelson, you can come on. But Maxwell, to tell you the truth, this is a historical picture. Looking at this, and folks, I'm not, listen, something is happening in Liberia. The people are listening. And I want to say to my brother Gibson, do not come to the fight when the man having the bazooka and you bring that.
Stanton.
This is, let me rest. I know I will give you that 10 seconds. This is Steven Gonglo wife by the name of Evelyn. Whether they were divorced or they ain't divorced, but that's one. I can bring the other 2 picture. I know what I'm saying because we want to be fair and balanced.
This guy is
what we
naturally
do.
wicked.
This is what we do on the show. When I tell you that I know Auntie Sony, I say about Stanton. I know her sister, big sister. I know her nieces and nephew. I know her son. I know them all because we all grew up together, brother. But sometimes I just keep my mouth shut. Thing you don't know, don't put yourself there.
I see why
Leave Dr. Maluba alone. Everybody gets skeleton in the closet.
He talking about Dr. Maluba. You don't even know who would be the first lady.
Yeah. Everybody gets skeleton in the closet. Leave Dr. Maluba alone. I can roll on with Council Gonglo.
Who need we know, but you not even know the first lady name.
My man, let me move here. My man, you get 10 seconds, Prince, and where to play our closing song.
And wait. Somebody say that his ex-wife.
Let's be clear about it.
Yeah, some people are saying that.
I'll give you 5 seconds of my 10 seconds.
Prince. No, Prince, finish. Prince, I beg you, go ahead.
The people say that Gonglo ex-wife.
Yeah, like this woman will show that Gonglo ex-wife. That's true. Yeah, Gonglo let her less skin. I can bring the other woman picture that Jazz should look at too.
All right, let me just say this. I love
that. At least it's married, right? You're not talking about concubines.
Jerry,
hold on. Let Prince speak.
Jerry, you know I'm never going to respond to that thing you always say these days. It's not important anymore. It's the Liberian people are not even thinking about that. They didn't care about this guy you're talking about. Also, Stanton, look at the picture that you just showed to the human body convoy. Let's be clear. Let's be honest with liberal people. All presidential candidates need to have security. Period.
All right.
The fact that now he has a security around him, thank God for that, right? But all the other presidential candidates should have that security because it's enshrined in our constitutional process.
But only two people can follow your candidate. How they will put 14
during this period, all presidential candidates should be able to have their security to protect the detail. So what you see there, I'm just simply saying.
Please, let me ask you a question. Prince, Prince. So even Mr. Coming joking in Ralita Market, I'm put test security behind him. When you get only 4 people behind
he needs
people
security
walking. They put me walking past Mr. Coming.
That's not my question. That's not for me. It's for you.
They put me past Mr. Coming. How you do? And they pass. That's simply our ongoing son.
But when Joseph Parker, Prince Johnson administration come into place, we'll see how happy at the end of the day.
That's a good one. That's a play our son. That's it.
We can go now, right?
Let's listen to the song. And let's play the song.
Seven are crying, no. Market women are crying, no. There we are go, we die out, there we are go. Innocent people are dying, yo. The students are staying home. There we are go, we die out, there we are go. There we are go, there we are go, there we are go, we die out, there we are go, there we are go. There we are go, we tire, there we are go. We tire with the hunger, we tire eating curry, oh. There we are go, we tire, there we are go. Musicians are crying, oh. Hospitals are empty, oh. There we are go, we tire, oh. There we are go, there we are go, there we are go.
Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. We said thank you very much.
Music every day.
Yeah, every day for our closing. Guys, we want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson. We appreciate you a lot. Again, take care. We wish you well. Honorable Fagon, we say thank you. Gibson, thank you very much. Gibson, don't come after me, Gibson. Don't come after me, Gibson. You know very well I got Gonglo in my pocket. If you attack Clarence Mobile, we attack Gonglo. I can tell you that right now. So leave Clarence alone. Okay. Presume. Take care, man. Your papa.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. George.
Well, folks, we want to say thanks a lot to you out there for joining us tonight on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks for making your contribution in the comment section. Thanks for calling in and sharing your thoughts on the issues as it's being discussed. Thanks to those of you, thousands of you who just sit by the radio, listening to Fabric Radio 101.1 FM, Spoon FM 107.5, Super 95.5. To those of you listening to us from Bon County, Nimba, and across Central Liberia on Premium FM. Thanks a lot for following. Those of you who have been following via Trust FM in Bombay County, we want to say thanks a lot for following as well. And this is Liberia's most informative, authentic talk show on radio and online. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another great show. Of course, the Spoon Talk is going to be back with another great discussion tomorrow. My name is Nelson Colette. Thanks a lot to all of you for always following. So you can join us tomorrow. Better still, you can join us tonight. That's just about 35 minutes from now. Of course, we're going to be back with the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon, where folks with diverse views come to talk about the happenings in the country, talking about Liberia. And on the late night politics, there's no set or specific group of panel. No. We post the link in the comment section. Anybody can join. Of course, we're inviting you to join us tonight as well on the late night politics. That's about 30 minutes from now. We're coming back. Until then, have for yourselves a good night and bye-bye.
I just want to appreciate you for all the good you have done in my life, and you continue to do. You. Listen, you don't deserve it, but you still give it. Yeah, for every reason I'm gonna give you praise.
To you, I give my praise because of you. I can say I lift my head every time I pray. Without your grace, I'ma lose my way. On to you.